Just gonna do a quick test, make sure the audio is all nice and sound. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Let's switch headsets. My apologies as well for missing the donation. Thank you again for that. I really do appreciate it. Hi, my name is Coinstamp. How is everyone doing tonight? This evening? This afternoon? However you want to phrase it, wherever, whatever time you happen to be in. Greetings. Welcome to a very, 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 very long episode of Lies of P. I'm already a little bit late, so I want to get right to it. I have updated the panels, although I have not had time to update them with the current donation I just got. So again, Rasby, if you're here watching, bud, thank you so much for the donation. Greatly appreciate it. I will get that updated for the next stream. You've got my word on that. As for subscribers, I do want to thank Devious Grace for gifting the gifting a tier 1 sub to Kayak last month. They're still technically a subscriber, but they're not on this donation cycle or this subscriber cycle. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, that completely caught me off guard for some unknown reason. But I do want to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for their most recent, at the first of this month, actually. I do not know why my activity feed did not catch this, but I have updated the panel with their name. Thank you, Mr. Rowan Darcy, for your Prime subscription. I hope that the sweet emotes and very useful subscriber benefits make their way to you. In fact, I'll probably try to make sure I've ameliorated any issues over the course of this first break. That said, however, it's time to get things started. Mike's peaking just fine. Oh. Okay. Wait, headset? Alright. I toggled the mic anyway. I hope that didn't do anything. Let's also just make sure we have toggled the capture card on and off, just in case. Now for a right royal introduction. Greetings. My name is Coinstamp. Welcome to a really long 7-hour episode of Lies of P. I mentioned before on the Discord that I was going to make it up to you guys by pulling a longer than normal stream. I meant that. We've got a lot to do in the Grand Exhibition, and hopefully we can even make it up to the Green Swamp Monster, or maybe even the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, by the time the 7 hours actually comes round. How is everyone doing today? I don't really have too much in terms of stories today. Although I do, before we get started, yeah, 7 hours. That's as much as I can reasonably pull without being so tired as to Yeah, yeah, that was very much some interesting timing, to say the least. 7 hours is about as much as I can pull, while still having enough time to do other stuff during the middle of the day, like networking or working on the content, or if I may, on my Discord, I made an emote. I specifically made one for the Discord. I actually got real tired of clacking a construction hammer in my Discord. I wanted a real judge's gavel, so I made one. Is it good? No. Let me see if I can get a better picture for you. Yeah, the listing is about as much of a good job. Maybe I can release that with like a watermark or something in the Discord. Thank you. Appreciate that. I've been meaning to update folks with released overlays. It's just this week has not been very good, at least in terms of my physical health. And mental health too. I was supposed to stream Monday. Like, this should have been Monday's stream. But I just mentally checked out. I was mentally awake at 4, just kind of surfing on my phone. I didn't even think about it, if I'm being quite honest. I'm so used to streaming at 7 that I was not mentally prepared for 4, and then 7 passed by, and by the time 7 came along, I'm like, shit, I was supposed to stream today. I felt really bad about that, so I opted to push the stream one more time and make sure I'm good and ready for that. Given everything you have to deal with, managing to do that's pretty significant. Thanks. Making emotes isn't easy either, whether they're Discord emojis or, you know, the much nicer ones that I can make for Twitch, like this one. Maybe I'll make a gavel for Twitch that we all can be proud of, and that's worth $5. Maybe I can borrow some of my designs from the 128 by 128 pixel version. I'll have to figure all that out, but even though it is a really small image, I'd like to think it's really quite detailed for the size that it is, even if the hearts are the worst detail on it. But how are things for you? How are things in Romania, Rasby, if you don't mind my asking? And while we are getting to the asking and getting to the converse, the bottom of it looks pretty bland. Yeah, no, I kind of agree. I didn't really think there was much I could do with the bottom. Maybe I could, like, color it. The hearts are the biggest thing that I'm not that happy with them. I need to make them bigger and perhaps polish them up a bit better. But I could think of something to do for the bottom. Thank you. That is honest critique. I can use that. I want it to be known, and this is not a PSA to you specifically, but for anyone who is just tuning in or is just new to the channel, I don't bite people's heads off for criticism. If you've got criticism, speak it. I want to know. I can't do better if people don't tell me things. If people don't give me their thoughts or their feedback. Am I entitled to that? No. And I have to make decisions in absence of that, but anytime I can get feedback, it's generally going to make my product better. Like, just from a business standpoint. We're gonna back up here. Boys, these officers are actually not normally that difficult. I'm just playing sloppy. life got harder for you? Been swapping from feeling fine completely to be completely terrible? If you feel up to talking about it, I'd love to know more. Shit. Hopefully it's not like life-threatening amounts of feeling terrible. And get him while there's a stagger. There we go. And while you're choosing whether or not you want to share your physical health struggles with us, I want to make sure I've told people what Lies of P actually is. So if you're new, welcome to Lies of P. Lies of P is a Souls-like game inspired mechanically by Bloodborne. It is made by NeoWiz Games and Round 8 Studios. I have links. I have commands if you type in !NeoWiz or !Round 8 Studios. No, I'm sorry. !NeoWiz or !Round 8 as in the number 8. I have links to their web pages. The NeoWiz Games page is a little bit more vivacious, a little bit more active, actually has stuff on it you can look at. Round 8 seems to be more like a typical game subsidiary page where there isn't all that much to speak of. It is a dark twist on a tale old as time called The Adventures of Pinocchio, written by Carlo Lorenzini. Let me read this. Oh, it's not life-threatening, just a lot of personal stuff building up. Friends who you talk to become unavailable. Yeah. Feeling the need to do a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Or just doing better. Just do better and better. Hold on, let me parse this. Oh, just do better and being unable to. Okay. And the expectations are felt pretty bad. Not looking for advice, but just talking about it helps. That's good. I'm glad to hear that it helps. If you want advice, you're more than welcome to ask, but since you're not looking for it, I hope life picks up for you sooner rather than later, because not being able to live up to expectations is a pretty millennial thing to be worried about. I should know. I'm a millennial. People are constantly looking to you, expecting you to be a full-grown adult or just know how to get it together, and you can't. Now, maybe I'm projecting my own experience here. Gen X, I've been born in 2003. Yeah, so you're one generation ahead, but I'm saying it's a very... It's also a Gen X thing, too, I guess. If people in their 30s and 40s, or like in their late 20s even, you really feel the societal pressure mount, and at this point in your life, you're almost expected to have it all together. And when you don't, or you went from having it together to suddenly no longer having it together, that's kind of a huge problem. Well, it's not a huge problem, but society sure likes to think it is. Yeah, I'm not playing games, Mr. Drills for Arms Robot. Oh my god. Oh, that officer just lost interest. That's fine. Sure, you can lose interest. Dang it. There we go. Fun fact, feeling like you're expected to be a full entire person is a really common issue amongst neurodivergent people. Yup. Mostly because of how hard simple everyday tasks can be. Wouldn't you know it? From one to another. And I'm sure if my sibling were here, they'd say the exact same thing. I'll give you guys a kind of an example on this. So, people are familiar with a concept called, I feel like an overgrown child more than an adult. Same. I feel the exact same way. Oh, I should not have attacked you. Damn, dude, would you like to maybe think twice about hitting me like that? What was I saying? Right, example. So, people are familiar with the concept of chain of command. It's important to get clearance to say certain things by superiors before you say them. At the risk of perhaps not revealing too many details, because I don't know if I'm being watched, I broke chain of command. I made a post in a public forum, and I should not have made a public post in a public forum without clearing it with the higher-ups first. This isn't like for a job. It's not that damaging, but it is for a group of people that I do kind of associate with it in somewhat of a relative frequency, about once a month, or in some cases, a couple of times a month, depending on if I watch their house or not. The single persons among that group's house. And I get a text that says something along the lines of, hey, you should clear things that you say with me, or that you're going to say in public with me first. And then the rest of the text was something about, oh, this message appeared or looked like it was derogatory, and this not being the pathway for the thing I asked you to do, the position that I asked you to hold. If you want to just, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking as I'm reading this text, if you wanted to just say I broke chain of command, you could say that without needing to say what I said was derogatory. That's just extra levels of petty. Maybe I need to get head checked, because neurotypical people probably do say things below the belt and they are fine by it. They don't even think about it. But I don't think that way. If the issue was I broke chain of command, you could have just left the text message at that. I would have been like, okay, acknowledged. I would have not felt the need to sit and stew with that text before I figure out how I want to respond. I now feel like I need to do that, because if I don't do that, I'm going to say some things that further get me in trouble. But I can only wait so long, because if I don't say something eventually, I will get nagged to say something. And I'm sort of just looking for the head check here. Oh, no, I'm not going to let you... I am definitely not letting Mr. Cuckoo Clock over there throw random stuff. Is that a childish response? It's been like 2.5 days since the text occurred, and about 4 days since the post. Am I being an irrational person? Am I assigning more negativity, more emotional pettiness than is actually necessary? Well, the thing is, I haven't responded. I haven't responded yet. I've been holding my response. What I said, which I think was where the confusion was that if the text message had simply said, "You broke chain of command, please don't do that again," I would have actually said a response. I would not have needed to instead not respond and think really carefully about what I have to say. I'm not really expecting like a detailed rebuttal or anything. I'm not giving you enough to go off of. I know this. But should I just say something? Am I perhaps wrong for holding back? If you feel you've got enough information, go for it. If not, you know, I can try to give a little bit more, but I'm worried that I'm going to be monitored by this, Do you feel like you should give an answer? Well, if I were being honest, no. I don't feel like that requires a response, like, over text. Because things in text can be misconstrued as being more malicious than they actually are. At the same time, the person I am referring to gets upset when I don't say anything. So it's the pressure of responding when I don't feel I need to. It wouldn't be so bad if this person was just my superior, but they're also someone I work for at the same time. And for those who don't know, I am a pet sitter. I'm a house sitter. That's what I do for a living. And this person is my client. It has nothing to do with being a client, but I'm explaining the relationship because it has tangential importance. That if I'm not careful, well, I'll probably lose her as a client. Give me 1 second, because these guys mean business. I mean, everything in here means business, but these guys... What helps me in a situation like this is just understanding what I'm willing to do and what I'm not willing to do, and what will I do if I get pushed. So, if I'm allowed to just not say anything about the flagrant breach of chain of command, which I didn't even consciously step into, I'm fine. I could just address it in person. Believe it or not, if someone's gonna chew me out, I hate it when it's in text. I would much prefer they chew me out in person, because the awkward tension of saying crude things to people, at least if you have a good heart or are human beings somehow, would make them think twice. In text, you just get raw, unfettered, this is who the person is when the mask is off. What I'm probably not willing to do is respond on my own. I would really rather just not do that. But I will respond if I'm pushed to. Oh, I gotta, like, add a consumable here, or there's gonna be problems. Probably this. Okay. For example, the guy I'm working with tends to prompt with text about work, and I've always had this big fear that your project manager will call you out and demand me to take action when I'm on lunch break. So what do I do in a situation like this? I've had some issues with my work schedule in the past, and I wasn't all ultra productive, so I feel like your project manager could reasonably push you. I assume you're still explaining, so I'll wait before I... That's the funny thing about stuff like this. We're better at giving people advice than we are at following it. That's just the human perspective for you. I'm gonna wait for Big Kahuna with Big Shield to walk back to where he was. Gotta wait for him to go right around the corner. There we go. Now I can focus on you. He says while getting rammed with dual great shields. I love this Legion arm. Can I just say that? Ah. Much better than hitting things with Unga Bunga. So what you chose to do is basically just not reply to those texts from that coworker and be ready that if your that if your project manager burns you for it, I'm gonna stand up for myself and call him out if he's the asshole. Yeah, there you go. I'm sort of waiting for that moment myself with this person. As some other things, and again, I'm going to be very generic here, or as much as I can be, is this client. I am underpaid for the work I am doing for them. Now, granted, I get access to some amenities, and that kind of offsets the cost, as I watch their house for them while they're gone and take care of their pets. Like, that's busy work, and I get paid for that. A lot of people would probably clamor to try to take care of pets. I'm gonna have to focus here. I was not looking forward to this. Every time. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I apply the same thing when I give feedback that looks more negative or when you just text people. I'm willing to stand up for myself. Someone calls you weird based on how you act. Screw them. They're the bad person, not me. I agree with that. But I think that's also that you and I are younger people. And while older people can think this way, I have found that a lot of people that are like boomers or older than that don't think that way. At least not unless they're pushed to. As long as it's vague what you're willing and not willing to do, you be forced into stuff you don't want to do. Yeah, going back to what I was venting about, I guess that's what I'm doing at this point. Is my relationship with this client is very complicated because I have two vertical relationships with them. One with a organization that I work with. I won't... Damn, dude, are you done swinging your sword yet? I'm gonna have to reset here. Okay, hang on. I want to focus on this. It's important. It's important, ladies and gentlemen. And it's important I get my words right. Because if not, this will come back to haunt me. I think I've said about all I need to say. This client is my superior in another way. You already have the vertical relationship between client and employer. It's the same thing as the relationship between a project manager and the people underneath that manager, between a boss and an employee. There's two separate relationships going on that affect all the interactions I have with this person. All of them. Absolutely all of them. And to anyone who says, well, perhaps you're overthinking it, because I have been told that I've been overthinking it. Nobody really understands, well, not nobody, but it's a lot harder to just ignore vertical relationships if they're compounding. They have a compounding effect. So any little mistake I make, any faux pas I make, can come back to bite me later, whether it's in my work with this client or with my work in the organization. I'll own up to breaking chain of command, but I don't think I should need to own up to anything else that isn't related to the breakage of the chain of command, and trying to cow me by saying what I said in breach of chain of command was derogatory that is a gut punch below the belt, emotionally speaking, that is specifically designed to cow a person. And so I have even less respect for this client than normal, and it makes me upset. Because so far, when I've worked with other people, and even this one I've been working with for 2 years, thinking about the words really carefully. I will read that comment in just a second. It'll come back to me. You're just willing to... You are willing to just quit your job if an issue you have doesn't get fixed. I'm not that close to doing it. But it was only when you started accepting that you're willing to just take a big hit and stand up for yourself. Yeah, and it's the lack of respect, right? If you never stand up for yourself, people will clod hop all over you, and not necessarily because they think they can get away with it, but because you'll be nice and cooperate. It sounds like you know what you're willing to do. Yeah, I own my screw up, and will do so if abetted in person, but the nasty vitriolic texts are utterly not necessary. At least the part of the text that was vitriolic, unnecessary. That's the part that I'm truly miffed about. Because I wasn't rude, and anyone with half a brain that read what I wrote would agree with me. Whatever the choice you pick, communicating that you were upset seems pretty important, unless the job is really important, and I'm probably not willing. I'm trying to make sure I parse this right. I mean, until I get more clients, this is a pretty important job, and I don't want to tank it just yet. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Eventually. I might be willing to take a few more gut punches if I can get them to pay me at the appropriate rate. Money is a very salient operator, a very salient compensation for stuff like this. Maybe that says something about my morals, that I'm willing to do depraved things or take abuse for money. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I guess that could be a good engagement question. Would any of you guys take mental, emotional, or physical abuse for money? This has wide-ranging implications, not because I'm specifically going to make it a wide-ranging implication, but because there are some events in world news right now that kind of touch on this subject a lot. So I'm curious where everybody falls on this spectrum. Anxious attachment style? Maybe. Although, I guess I need to ask what anxious attachment style is. I'm afraid I'm not very familiar with the psychological arrangement of terms there. Maybe I can get through these guys without using flasks. That's not going to be likely, but I'm going to try anyway. And while we're continuing this discussion, as well as awaiting any possible answers with the question, if you guys like children's tales like The Adventures of Pinocchio, if you type in !TAOP into the chat. For YouTube, you guys can also type in these commands if you use an asterisk instead. I have a link to the Amazon page for the English translated copy of the Adventures of Pinocchio. It's a really titillating read. Or, what's the right word I want to use? Titillating isn't the right word. Rousing. It's a rousing read and quite the eye-opener. The original tale, written by Carlo Lorenzini, was quite dark. Okay, I have messed this up big time. We now have to wait another cycle. Okay, this person has decided to alter their walk cycle. Is the game sentient yet? Can I claim that the game is sentient? I gotta figure out. It could be one or more of these things. Caring a lot about other people, how you appear, requiring a significant amount of validation. Damn, a real call-out. Being willing to sacrifice your own well-being pretty frequently to not appear as rude, staring at a screen for hours, paying attention to not... Damn, I'm sorry. Who gave you permission to be in my head again? I'm joking. I'm joking. All of those are pretty much spot on. They don't happen all the time, but they are definitely spot on. Gotta wait for that guy to round the corner. Or wait, no. We have two body fluids. We could use those. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help that I've always had to watch what I have to say. Yeah, so I can tell you things will suck either way. Well, thanks for the prognosis. I know this because I have some experience with how you deal with things, anxiety attachment style. I've always had to sculpt what I have to say. Yeah, come on, big guy. Show me you mean business. If you get lucky, if you put in work, if you work on your mental health and potentially go to therapy, it will go so... Yeah, I know. You are not the first to tell me, and I need it, and I do need it. But until I can afford to do so, I'm gonna at least, I guess, try to work on it. Maybe thinking like a neurotypical person might actually help me. There are two main attachment styles, which are anxious and avoidant. Imagine both of them being like big skill trees. Yeah. Well, both my sibling and I have been very careful with our words as to avoid punishments in the past. Both from our mom and our dad at the same exact time. My mom would occasionally throw a box of shoes at me. Or I've had a bar of soap put in my mouth. This was long ago. Holding anybody over that doesn't serve me any good at all. Maybe later when I'm by myself, I could think a bit more about that, but... I guess maybe the trauma from that was so expansive and so overwhelming as to have shaped my worldview to where I will actively avoid that consequence. and maybe think essentially becoming anxious or avoidant is when you use a skill tree so much you neglect the other one. Yeah, and it's all a trauma response, right? I'm just gonna use this tree. Is that all right? I have found a cheat code. I definitely am... Oh, hang on. Alright, we're gonna back off. Maybe it's not really a cheat code, but I'll take it. Anxious is ultimately, maybe I am wrong. I will make sure I won't be an asshole. Yep. And avoidant is ultimately, I can just tell you to F off if I want to. Fuck off if I want to. There we go. That feels a lot better. Wholesome, I know. I do both of those. Usually, but I'm probably more anxious than I am avoidant most of the time. I usually try to avoid things, or actually no, both can accomplish a similar result or have a similar result, but no, you're right. Your assessment's right. I am definitely more of the anxious type. I don't know where I would class my sibling. Maybe more avoidant? They're definitely the type to tell people to F off way more than I ever do. I almost never say that stuff. In order to work on the skill, to work on this issue, you need to work on the skill tree that you lack. So I need to tell people to F off much more often. The issue is that doing this will absolutely backfire. Yup, because people are expecting you to be avoidant anxious the whole time, and when you suddenly tell them to F off, it's not very nice. It will hurt people, and it will be unavoidable. Yeah, I mean, eventually I will succumb to that, but I'd like to think that my mental asceticism and the meditation that I do will help keep me from I'm gonna back up. Dude, can you let me do my unga bunga, please? Alright, Twinkle Toes, let's do this. If you're really good enough at being both avoidant and anxious, it's secure attachment. Yeah, being normal. Something I wish I could be. Enough ragging on myself for comedic value. I'm gonna break the conversation a little bit by mentioning a NIV. You've probably seen them a few times in the chat. A NIV is a Markov chain algorithm AI chatbot that you can summon to your chat anytime if you're a content creator or entertainer like myself. A NIV can be up to 100 chats at any given point in time. It was trained off the Super Metroid speedrunning community. Two of the more prominent channels it was trained off of were Oats and Goats, a channel that I watch with some amount of regularity, and Emmet, IMYT Emmet, and their chats tended to have some trolls early on. So a NIV's baseline is something like punching in witty emotes and asking really silly questions. But a NIV knows not what it says. If it breaks TOS, I will purge or ban it as necessary. But it isn't the type of entity I could ban because it's random. Being normal is probably just being hurt, since very few people are secure, yet a lot more would claim they are. Right. Protagonist syndrome. If someone bothers you or something bothers you, if something hurt you, you really need to recognize it and not diminish it by giving it the benefit of the doubt over and over, or being extremely careful when the other person wouldn't. The issue is you don't always know if that person is being careful or not. And what my version of careful may be is definitely not someone else's version of being careful. My biggest advice is just don't practice being avoidant with people you really care about. Practice with people you know a lot less. Yeah, I could definitely see that being the case. We're just gonna throw in these. I hope the audio and video, or the audio volume for the game and my voice is fine. I've had to recently reset my mic settings, so if there's anything that's not quite adjusted right, I would love to know. But I'll take your advice to heart, Raspy. Thank you. I needed that. More than I could probably communicate in words. I have talked to my folks about it. But I can only say so much. Eventually, you also need to be able to stand up for yourself, even against people who you really care about. There are situations where you want to do that, but they're not that many, and they're not great. Yeah, you never want to have to tell someone to F off, or, say, well, yeah, so I need to live my life and you need to live yours.
Puppets. But what are the monsters doing here?
Don't have any
grand exit. Then there are those I can't reveal these.
I love how he just nods very gently.
Might be easier to breathe.
Yeah, just being clear, avoidant is not necessarily being an asshole. It's not being invested. Yeah, I am invested in nearly everything. It's something I grew up being taught to do is, you see all those jerks that treated your family or your friends horribly? Yeah, they did that because nobody cared. And the remedy is to care. And is to be a better person. Okay, we might as well use our consumables here. We're not going to be getting them back very easily. If you're not invested in a statement, yeah, it's... Anyone could insult the statement you made, and no matter how harsh it was, you'd feel nothing. Or you'd feel little, I guess, since you never really feel nothing. True. And we're up here. Can't really walk over there. Yep, we gotta whip out Falcon Eyes for this one. Is there any way I could pull you to the... this part of it where we're fighting on a bridge instead? Any chance I could do that? Definitely not from this range. Okay, the guy noticed. Dang it. I will read that in 1 second. Okay. Yeah, these guys were already bad enough in open spaces where you could move easy. These guys are much worse when you're walking on what are essentially steel tight ropes. As you can see, both of these styles have issues. Yep. If you envy people who could tell everyone to F off, understand they also don't have what you have. They're not considerate. Yeah, there's a public perception that there's some people who are just very cool, who could just be jerks to everybody and get away with it, who are really avoidant, but really they just tend to feel extremely empty and experience a very high amount of alexithymia. That is a word I've not heard of before. Let's do a quick look-a-rooney. Right. No words for emotion. Reading Rainbow. The show I wish I was but could never be. It's a condition that prevents you from feeling any emotions. Yeah. It said no words for emotions, but yeah, I could see that as being its more true meaning. I fantasized about being one such jerk just because of how much society pushes that as being great. Yeah, but having went through the avoidance stuff as well and having alexithymia, it's not great. It's the idolization of tough guys. If you're a tough guy and you're confident, it's always about pushing for a perfect person, right? Most people are emotional animals and feel empathy for each other. It takes real cojones, real testicles, or actually real vaginas, depending on who you ask, to not give an F and say what you need to say, because the truth is more important. And even if you're not principled behind it, the level of charisma and confidence will really sell what it is you're trying to do. People are more willing to buy in. That it's all part of pursuing an ideal standard. And this is without getting into the neurodivergent, neurotypical aspect of it, where if you already can't really be the tough guy, then you learn how to be the really receptive guy instead. At least if you're open to that. I dreamt a lot to be a tough guy because your brother is a very tough guy and a massive outlaw. And while he has no skills and aspirations, he had just a lot of social success and social capital. Confidence can buy you into a lot of different situations. At least that's my personal experience and personal observation I can make about people I've observed. Is everybody values that machismo, that confidence. Of course, having that machismo and being socially correct is just a bonus. But you can get away with with dripping charisma. You could sell anything. Just ask Elon Musk. The man is wrong on so many levels, it's not funny. But he has a certain confidence in what he knows that a lot of people can believe him, even when they shouldn't. Because you're careful, you are careful and have made unfortunate mistakes. If you see neurodivergent people at work getting bullied or passively aggressively attacked, you tend to step in and defend that person. I can't say I've done it. I've stepped in to defend someone knowing they were neurodivergent, but I have done that before. It's very scary. Please don't tell me this guy pops out of the woodwork. He didn't do it in new game. He shouldn't do it in New Game Plus. That would be stupid levels of cheap. You just meant defending people who were seen as eccentric or weird. Fair enough. Yeah, I have done that. Aniv, you know, I'm glad he is taking the approach of just ignoring you. Because, Aniv, you say gobbledygook all the time. And I feel sometimes you feel very secure that even when you get called out for stuff, you're not going to allow a person to tell me what's weird and what's not. Precisely. Because in human society, there really isn't such a thing as normally weird. There's like a collective weird, or collective not weird. Are you serious? Okay. I'm gonna be honest, Aniv is annoying. I could mute him for 5 minutes. Let me see if I can tune him out for a little bit. No, I'm not looking to do that. I'm just looking to... I might need to type it in manually. Is it just the random gobbledygook being annoying, or was it the fact that they added you? Just curious what about Aniv you find annoying. It's in seconds, so it'll be 300 seconds. There we go. That's 5 minutes. Now you don't have to worry about being swamped with irrelevant stuff for the next 5 minutes. And it seems to me like a random unrelated... it says unrelated text that have no value. That is kind of its point. If it were written by a real person, they'd have some value. But being a bot just strips the that remaining part left. Yeah, I could kind of see it. Imagine if you read every morning a random string of words. How would you feel? It would depend on what the words were, if I'm being completely honest. It would absolutely depend on the words. If Aniv, for example, I've had Aniv say something like absolutely unhinged. You know, I wouldn't feel too great about it. If Aniv said something that just kind of made me laugh, I'd probably keep it. Well, if you like it, feel free to keep it. Well, I'm not sure. It's trying something new, right? Yeah, I could see that being funny if it said something unhinged. Unhinged, like commenting on a person's appearance, and regardless of whether the appearance was correct or not, the fact that it made that comment was unhinged. Just generally speaking. So I purged it for 10 minutes. It found another one of 100 chats to occupy. I've done that once. Yeah, that's not very funny. But it's also said random gobbledygook too. Let me see if I can point out a recent example. All right, officer. I'm sorry, who gave you permission to do that? I'm gonna have to wait to find the example. Okay, there was one that roamed around and went up here. And then my death ergo is down there. That's really unfortunate. Unfortunately, I have the chat at a spot where I can't see current messages, so Hank, I'm gonna lose my ergo if I'm not careful. Just move. Move up here. Alright, let's see. Alright, I have found yet another cheat code. Okay. That was close. Today you were having lunch with workmates, and there was one guy in your group that was laughing pretty weirdly, and he kept making jokes you found not great. That guy weirdly helped me massively with your anxiety, because if that person could just act like that in public with no afterthought, then you could get away with you being you with no consequence, and get away with a lot more as well, apparently. Yeah? Yeah, that's the hope. And people should be free to make, you know, completely unhinged sentences like that, insofar as we're allowed to call them out and make them look silly, make fun of them. Don't stoop to their level. Just say, really? I could comment about this or that you've done that's been pretty silly. Like clowning them. And most people probably wouldn't say a word. All right, I gotta be careful with this guy. I know you fire up right around now. This Legion arm is really, really good. I'm happy to have it. Don't let the motivity simps on Reddit fool you guys. Our advanced builds in this game are great. You just gotta know how to use them. It's all about the motion of the ocean, how you use your tools. You get a fuck ton of anxiety in public because you tend to sit and pose as if you're some kind of anime protagonist. Sorry, it's not funny. And it's been bottling up a lot of shame because to you it's genuinely authentic for me to sit there like that. And you have the impression that people think I do that because they feel you're above others or that you're a narcissist. Well, if you want to pose like an anime protagonist, go for it. People shouldn't judge that. If they do, I got tricked by a trap. If people do that, they're the jerks, not you. The most I think people could get away with is perhaps asking why you do that. Like, if you did that in public, right? And I'm not here to assert whether you do or don't. But if you do that, at least according to your text, if someone asks why you sit that way or pose that way, maybe that's a bit exaggerated. Okay, you sit with one hand in your pocket, one outside, and you never sit head on, but on the side. You lean against everything. Oh, so you sit catty corner. If you're sitting in a bench, it's catty corner. So like this would be the... Give me 1 second, I heard a knock at my door. Sorry about that, folks. I'm gonna finish my sentence and then I'm going to have to take a break as I have promised my dad that I would help him with dinner. Spaghetti is the meal of the day today, and I'm usually the one cooking it, but the long stream happened today, so he's doing part of that, but I did promise I would help him. Lots of micro adjustments that are leaning towards being edgy. I just think that makes a person look more interesting. people sit interesting and should expect some attention for it. As long as that attention is, why do you sit that way? But if the palm of my hand were the back of a bench, oh, you see, go to bed, 32 minutes late. Thank you for chatting with me, Raspy. I really do appreciate it, and I enjoy when you're here. I wish it could be more often, but our schedules don't really line up, obviously. So, sleep well, rest well. Thank you again for your donation. I will make sure to put that on the donation panel by tomorrow, along with the 5 other things I have to do. But, yeah, rest well. And I will reflect on what we talked about. You've got my word. Guys, I normally don't take breaks, like, right here in the middle of nowhere like this. I usually like to structure them, but I just explained what my situation was already. Gotta go help someone make dinner. You know that as a problem solver, we both really like throwing a lot of logic at problems. Mental health is about practice. Pick a thing, practice it. That's all there is to it. Agreed. Now, for those who don't know, I generally try to take breaks about an hour in, about once per hour, but around 5 minutes or so is the usual break duration, but I don't know how long I'm going to be. So instead, what I'm going to do, take care of yourself, Raspy, and good night, good sir. So I normally don't like to run 3-minute ad breaks for you guys, but I don't know how long I'm going to be. So this is one of the few times I'm going to do that. So please definitely feel free to get up and stretch for yourselves. I might come up with a timer that I can put on the intermission screen so we know exactly how long how long a break is, but that's neither here nor there. I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. And I will see you back as soon as I possibly can. If I'm maybe more than 10 minutes removed from the stream, I'll add a minute for every minute over 10 that I'm late. I think that's a good compromise. But I will see you guys after the break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. That ended up being a lot longer than 10 minutes, didn't it? Aren't you glad I ran the 3-minute? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No one is happy for any amount of advertisements, and maybe, just maybe, if Amazon loses its monopoly, like, court case, then maybe there won't be any ads in the future. Maybe we won't have to play this little game and it can instead be a networking contest. I don't mind that. But welcome back, everybody. I ended up having to do some logistical discussions and then ultimately found out dinner was already done. Yay! So I made a cup of coffee while those discussions were going on, and that took a little bit longer than I wanted, but we're here now. Thank you guys ever so much for, putting up with me. Really do appreciate it. How did everyone's 20 minutes go? Everybody enjoy them? I certainly don't mind venting about my private life, but it's not something I always relish the chance at doing, especially now because there are real consequences associated with that sometimes, if I'm a little too detailed.
Another if you're today's riddle might have you now. Listen, think about this. Whatever it takes. Glass. That's an intriguing answer. Wronger than a wrong thing on wrong's day eve, but definitely a glimpse into, what passes for your mind. You can only see glass as broken, shattered. The kind of glass that can become a weapon like you. Whoa. Did it just get really serious here, or was it just me? My answer would be the right one. A human. Humans are refined and polished through blood and violence, you see? Shall we break you, my friend, and reveal some humanity? Or do you think you can beat me? Because that is insanity. Bravo! What a delight you are! Trying to live a life that is merely a scar. Huh. Very well, another riddle to ease your suffering a little. Behold, the fingertips of the cold woman at the grand exhibition. Look closely. She might escape your notice.
Behold the fingertips of the cold woman at the grand exhibition. I want to say we get that either way, or maybe we only get it if the answer is wrong. Well, the only two fingertips that I know about are either Belle, who I'm quite certain is not it, or the statue. And if it's a statue, there's only one statue in here who has cold fingertips. Because if we look at the riddle, it says it's at the grand exhibition. There's a statue that we saw in New Game. We were able to originally go there and reset some of our stuff before the gold coin tree was doing that. It's not here. Definitely not here. This wouldn't be the lady's cold fingertips. It's definitely the bigger statue with the key behind it and everything. Just going to be very careful while we're here. And these guys do have pretty good hearing, so I definitely expect that we will not... Yep. But for as good of a sense of hearing as they have, they don't have a very good, they don't have very good reflexes, do they? That it? That everything? Yeah, because we come out... What? We come out here... Huh. Let's put on the electric abrasive and get ready. Goodbye. These things are always scary to fight. We haven't even found the boss version yet. We've only found one of the tucked away versions of that mini boss. What are we gonna do with these Legion plugs? Now that, I think, would be a good thing to put any kind of resulting mod work towards. It is new weapons for the Legion plugs that you get. Or maybe a way to increase the damage values to beyond their normal limits with the Legion plugs, something along those lines. Or maybe even allowing the Legion plugs to change scaling, just like they would. That might be a little bit complicated, but that's the kind of thing I'm hoping for with Lies of P mods. This here requires the key. Although we could behold her fingertips already, if those are the fingertips we're looking for. If not, we'll look it up. It's New Game Plus. I really don't have any qualms about that. Over here, we're going to change out this abrasive for this abrasive. Grabbed by the ghoulies. All right, we're gonna back things off. I am probably dead here. Yep. Dead. Immediately dead. Oh, and that's not something that definitely isn't something that okay, we know we didn't do that. I think that's after Victor. Still gotta go up here and walk all the way around, which is so stupid it's not funny. I see you back there. I know you're coming after me. I didn't ask. Nobody asked. Gotta be careful. Walking through there is almost always a death trap. You're bound to lose at least a little something for your trouble. Okay, we could just walk through and there's the guy up there at the top, right? Just that guy at the top? No. Where are they coming from then? I'm really not sure where those... and they're one-time respawns, so I'm thinking they were just kind of placed there. Okay, we gotta drop down. No, we gotta go around. That's right. Oh, right. If we don't go back and kill those guys, that ergo is just permanently gone. Well, guess what? That's about 5 levels. So as far as I'm concerned... I'm perfectly fine losing a bit of ergo to that. Yeah, you thought I was gonna be able... I guess I wasn't gonna be able to get away with that. Oof and a half. So if you fight everything, you'll always get the full amount of death ergo back. You want to do MLJ, or... I'm sorry, that's not even correct. If you guys want to do speedrun strats, you're gonna lose some ergo on the way there. God, that guy is annoying. He's always annoying to fight the first time. Like, these guys are never easy, especially if I'm using weapons I don't normally use. Just pop that down. Like to fall down, thank you. That's fine. We can actually go back and collect this death ergo pretty freaking easily. We should be able to crank out 2 regions, roughly. This place plus, oh God, what was it again? Oh, right, the Barren Wasteland. So let's see if we can get him. I want to say this was the guy that we beat using a specter this time. Before continuing, we're gonna go back to the hotel, turn in the supply box. Make sure we read the supply box in case anything has changed. I want to say it doesn't, but just humor me on that. Sophia, what are you doing at the record player?
I'll use my power.
Were you thinking of playing a tune? I wouldn't say no to a tune from you. Hearing the symbol of the city is engraved in the box's seal. No, he doesn't say anything different.
This is a supply box. I shall open it. And no matter what, serving welcome to...
Cool, we'll buy a quartz. Let's make sure... We'll have to sit at Geppetto's little table and figure out if we've got... I want to say we've got enough to unlock the slots we actually want, and then we can just save up the rest of the quartz for New Game Plus Plus. And there better not be more than that.
Very much. Ask me about areas. We plan to the alchemist. In my experience, we plan the alchemist. In my the Baron, the polluted room. Krat Center used to be a word. Many of the puppets. People call their headquarters. I remember tale.
Just making sure you didn't say anything strange. Oh, we were trying to complete this. Okay. Sure. We'll go for this. Duration 1. I want to say these stack. We'll grab, we'll buff the Legion cartridges a bit. Okay, so we're not in the business of enhancing quartz quite yet. Now let's go determine how many levels we can get. And we'll take a few good cracks at Hugo, or I'm sorry, Victor. It's Victor Hugo, isn't it? That's his name? I wonder what the number of new games required to completely fill out the Pete organ tree is.
Stalker.
Skill tree, that is. We're just gonna grab 3 of these. So we have them for use. It has to be like 3 or 4 new games, right? I mean, I don't know. And I'm not really asking for confirmation either, but it's just something to wonder about more than anything. No, I'm not trying to do that.
I'll use my power.
Maybe, let's see. 6? I bet we can get another couple of points.
Serving welcome to...
We could definitely get another couple of points if we sell the ergo crystals. We've been saving these up for a good little bit now. Let's just look at that. 197,000. Do we have any more? How many? Oh, we do have more 4 Legion caliber. That is enough to finish off Flamberge, I think. Yeah, it sure is. Go ahead and grab that. We'll probably try to get Falconizer Puppet String finished.
At the house of it.
All right, this gotta be 10 levels, or really close to 10 levels. Let's see. Let's grab some points there and throw the rest into maybe a nice even spread like this. Oh, we wanted to switch our Legion arm too. We don't want to be using Electric Blitz for this guy. We want to be using our Spear. We want to be using Acid. Someone decided to share their car's reverb with us. They really should get those get that looked at. And as nice as this moveset is, we're not going to be able to guard very well. That's one of the problems that the spear has, is the two-handed counterparts are just better at perfect parrying, whereas as this is definitely, you want to kind of dodge hits. You only want to block if you have to, or if, you know, the boss requires that you do so in order to have a chance at beating it. And I think that's it. There shouldn't be anything else. Alright, let's go get our ass beat. I don't normally talk during boss fights. I'll try to do it here, but I make no guarantees. But normally during bosses, I'm very focused. I could still see chat, though. Also, Twitch, make sure you say hi to YouTube. We've seen this song and dance before. Well, so much for those 2 regions. We could be here all night, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna lower the bar right down here for my own personal sanity. Nice. Gotta look for the moment, but wishing you luck on Victor. Hey there, Monkey Funk 4D. Thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy your lurk. Gonna give you a shout out though. Make sure that people know that you're a hardworking streamer. What was Mr. Monkey Funk playing today? It was Dragon Age, I think. But yeah, Monkey Funk 4D plays a lot of RPGs, some other stuff too, but mainly RPGs. Please go check them out. They work really hard and deserve all of their follows and views and their audience in general. And again, enjoy your lurk. Let's try not to make a rather troubling butt out of ourselves. I want to say there is a two-handed version of this weapon. Let's see if I can find it. It might be under our... Nope, it's not it. It might be under the blades we hold in our inventory. Because if we look... It's not the serpent cutter. That's a different weapon. It's the acidic great curved sword. This thing is supposed to be the two-handed version, but it's more like the electric chainsaw than it is a two-handed version. This thing is the only real decay weapon you're getting. Like ever. And I think it's so sad. This game definitely needs more advanced weapons. And I've heard that the DLC is not gonna be a thing. That happens now. Run.
belongs to us. I dedicate this victory to you.
What a macho man, huh? What a macho man, ladies and gentlemen. All the alpha sigma males wish they could be him. Born from the dead. Once again. And paraded about for sport, while the rest of the known civilized world laughs at them. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a confident man. I really don't, but you shouldn't do it. This whole red-pilled thing, you really shouldn't be doing it, especially when ladies have to suffer the consequences. There are women who like manly men, but red-pilled men kind of blur that line or make it untenable. Okay, there's one.
The new world belongs to us.
Oh, I am dead. You can't thrash out of this coin. I don't know what you're thinking about.
He must be born again.
Yeah, I panic healed. I should have dodged out of that. And then I would have been okay. I think when he gets ready to charge at us, that's when we should have the grindstone prepared. This is definitely the time to pull out the +1 here. Rather than worry about ergo. The ergo would be nice, but I realistically don't think the next couple of bosses are really going to allow ergo farm to be performed on them.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world. Oh God.
It's fine.
End this venture to you.
I'm gonna forgo a break during the next hour because you guys sat through a 20-minute one. Admittedly, it wasn't my fault, but not really my fault, but I want to make sure to give you guys good content or passable content. Good might be overselling it a bit. Shit. Run. Run right now. Whatever that item was not worth dying for.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world. Humanity must be born again. It's their duty and their faith.
What a Bane character. This guy, someone here had to have been a Batman fan. For those who don't know, there's a villain in the series called Bane. And he's kind of a enhanced super soldier. There's a lot of interesting lore surrounding the guy, depending on, you know, which movie or even which game series you follow for your lore. Sometimes it's just very simple. Buff dudes be doing sigma-pilled things. And just generally being creepy to this guy. I want to say he was the victim of a slave trade or a drug cartel. And a lot of the mannerisms that he learned developed from him having to adapt and survive from the time he spent among the cartels. It's like I said, I mean, I'd have to go back and read it to be sure, but I did play the Arkham games. I am vaguely familiar with the kind of character archetype Bane is, but the details tend to get a little bit glossy if you're coming from ye old cartoon in the 90s when Harlequin actually looked like a jester and Joker was the businessman in black and green hair with, and both of them had red lipstick. It's a totally different vibe now compared to back then when villains were simply allowed to be villains for the most part. I'm sorry. In what world were you allowed to do that?
truly at their faith.
What faith? That you're used as a tool? Oh, what a faith, what faith, what rewarding faith that is. Can you imagine if, and some people probably do experience this, where real world religions attempt to sell people on nothing more than nothing burgers and like value judgments. I can totally imagine a world where that's happening. And even at the end, let's say people did fall for, and people do fall for the praise and adulation that these cults or religions give them. You learn that you're used, or that you've been used for some nefarious purpose. Shouldn't that make you feel betrayal? Well, perhaps Victor, either Victor willingly submits himself to be used as a tool, or Simon has removed his free will. One of those two things, and the man is known to remove free will out of subjects.
Open your eyes. Gaze upon the new world.
No, just brute force. No, I think when he's like this, I just cannot be anywhere near him. You go a whole half a game cycle without seeing these really tough bosses, and you kind of have to develop the muscle memory again. And of course, again, I believe I defeated him using a Spectre last time. Like, ultimately in the end, because there happened to be, like, let's give up. Let's reset. Nope. Huge give up energy. Right, there's one. So, for anyone who's played Lies of P, what do you think about the game, or its setting, or its lore? Some people obviously just play these games and don't bother reading a single thing about the source of inspiration, which is completely fine. That you're not required to appreciate the lore to enjoy a good game. But I personally think that reading the lore and reading the sources of inspiration for a game like this that is based on an old children's tale can really help put some of the tales into perspective. Like, I can't wait to see what comes out. If someone does help really cement the Fableverse with Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, like that's the thing happening next. You know, how is that going to recontextualize the reading we had growing up, or people's experiences with the children's work?
The new world belongs to us. It's not over yet. I am the chosen one. We are the reborn. Humanity must be born.
Wow.
It's their duty and their fate.
I didn't see that fall. I've never seen him do the double. That's why you should err on dodging either left or right most of the time, except if he's going for the flurry of punches like he was before. Just go ahead and... That's probably the super safe way of doing it. Just use the Legion arm to sort of pull one guy back. I'd like to get this done today, but that probably means I'm not going to now that I've said that.
Open your eyes.
Nope, that's fine.
The new world belongs to us.
Two. I'm probably dead. Wait. Goodbye. Bar lowered, bar raised.
Why be humble? I am evolved. A better man.
You are not a better man. Although, honestly, this is kind of stupid. Why would they, ever kill him? He's like an unstoppable machine. This is Simon's hubris right here, acting. Maybe Simon's like, this is who the clear winner is. Oh,
I'm surprised you defeated Victor. Geppetto's creations are truly marvelous. But where are my manners? My name is Simon Manus, a leader among alchemists. I've known your father for a long time. We used to be colleagues, you know. Geppetto didn't understand that the petrification disease can strengthen humankind. Locked into conventional thinking, I'm afraid. But even he can't stop such a magnificent discovery. It's the door to a new world. You've seen this place with your own eyes. Truly inspiring, is it not?
no.
What do you suppose our cure has created here?
Monsters.
You're short-sighted, just like your father. But you speak the truth as you see it, just like everyone else. We, on the other hand, are visionaries. We understand the petrification disease on a deeper level. The disease does not signify death. It's the process of purifying a person's essence.
A purified human who overcomes the petrification disease will gain a strengthened body and a mind free of lies. The essence is ergo. Yes, the ergo you use as your power was once a human being. Our undertaking is to help others experience this purification through this elixir. Truly, it's an honor. Ergo's power can do even more. In the hands of the awakened, its abilities are limitless. We already have the means to control that power. Power beyond your imagination. So while you wallow in a pathetic past, we step forward into humanity's future on the Isle of Alchemists. You're welcome to come to the island and witness our triumph firsthand. Or perhaps you'll make a futile effort to stop us. Maybe the Saintess statue can help you. In any case, good luck. Standing against evolution must be exhausting, not to mention demoralizing. Keep your chin up, puppet, and I'll see you soon. No one can say that Simon Manus, leader of the alchemists, isn't hospitable.
Wow. Eliminated. I believe we get this guy's weapon now. We got an amulet before. Let's go grab our hunter's amulet. And back to Unga Bunga. Ladies and gentlemen, back to Unga Bunga. Let's go. Alright, we also got to talk to Belle, though. And, initiate that portion of the quest line. Again, we're here in the business of telling the truth. We're not necessarily here in the business of we're not necessarily in the business of ignoring people, although I suppose that is a path you could take. Like, what would that look like in the story? Let's say they could account for that. You know, just ignoring everybody except the mandatory people you have to talk to. What would the outcome even be? What if it were more, or could be more, than just, you know, a missed quest line? We're gonna go up here. Gotta be extra careful. Is it gonna charge like that forever? Dad. Every time? Well, I think we're gonna have to either teleport back or go someplace else. But I never did like... Wait, there's gotta be a better way to get up there. Gotta be a better way. I think we can go around the outside, because the big guy patrolling the bottom should be a one-time thing, like a one-time respawn, or I'm sorry, it doesn't respawn, and we can use that to get back up to where Belle is rather quickly. Let's go see if we can't do that. It's like not here. Right over here. Here's another question I could ask. Good, I'm glad we can just go around up top. Pre-Puppet Frenzy, would you want to live in a city like this where, you know, technology is everywhere, it's flourishing, it's abundant, and, you know, there's servants aplenty for everyone, and by servants I mean unawake, autonomous puppets? Would you want to live in a world like that? And one more ought to do it. Nice. Absolutely fantastic. Our death ergo was over there. And I think I can probably... If we could get him to be like on the bridge, that would be fantastic. Okay, that's one of them. Dang it. I think it's this one we could shoot a little bit more easily. No! I'm not dead, but I might as well effectively be dead. I guess that's what happens when you shoot at a slant and your animation makes you move backward. Now, I've thought about this, and I've said that you know, taking a little bit of a break to talk about future projects. There are a couple that I've been thinking about. One of them is Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. I actually have it now, and I can use that to, you know, get you guys into the world of adult occult Pokemon. Vehicle buzzing notwithstanding. Another one is that I've thought about getting, I've thought about downloading the BPS patch for Time Lost, because we've played Sealed Palace on this channel. We've beaten it. Ocarina of Time Sealed Palace is a ROM mod that attempts to slightly retell or recontextualize Ocarina of Time, and it retells it but then projects it in the future, so it is its own story, but it feels like a retelling even if it's not, if that makes any sense to you. Which is always really cool. But we have done Ocarina of Time related stuff, as the ROM mods for that game are some of the best. And the most recent one is, I want to say, it should be Time Lost. If it isn't and it's like a Majora's Mask thing, I might still be able to get it and play with it. But I would love to look forward to bringing something like that to you guys. And if you guys don't know what Master of Time is, Time Lost is a sequel to that ROM mod. And from what I've seen of Time Lost, it is a way better caricature of the Master of Time. And Master of Time was novel for its time. It really was. That's a ROM mod made by Don Camillo, when the tools for modding Ocarina of Time were still in their nascency. You didn't have decomp, you didn't have... Ooh, we're just gonna back it up. We're not gonna back it up, we're gonna die. Hot. And he died in the last moments. He tipped over and died. From the explosions of pandemonium. And we definitely want pandemonium as well as... Okay, we're gonna just shuffle on over to the correct Stargazer. We're gonna go back to the we're gonna go back to the exhibition gallery. Go from there. But I've been thinking about a few projects, and I know that I have Legends of Grimrock 2, the Magic Overhaul mod. I have that as like the next stated thing on the docket. And not that I don't want to do it, but I really feel like I need to pilot that game before I just... before I just play it on camera, because I don't want to miss stuff in Legend of Grimrock. Or Legend of Grimrock 2, excuse me. Oh, I won't say no to, I won't say no to that little exchange. All right, let's go to Hotel Krot and talk to some people. I believe that's Paulandina and Eugenie. Eugenie should be getting ready to speak to us about Aladoro, or really close.
So you met Simon. I should have told you about Simon earlier. He is the most dangerous man in Krot. Simon wants to evolve a new world in Krot. That's why I woke you up. Find the Isle of... I will help this...
Sophia, you should just come out with it, woman.
You saw my bad side at the Grand Exhibition. I was able to escape, thanks to you. I didn't mean to be ungrateful. I'm a soldier from outside Krot. I don't think the puppets are the only things at play here. I get the puppets. What is happening?
Unsure. Hello, Vanini.
I hear there is a new guest at the hotel, and that you had a little something to do with that. I just find saving people is its own reward. I certainly don't need the money. Even strangers. Everyone deserves some help now and then. If we who live through times like this don't live the best lives we can, we dishonor the memories of all we have lost. Honoring the lost is why I do what I do, in a way. Ha! And here I... The Grand Covenant. You're not asking much, are you? Very well. Geppetto himself created it, and God help me, I made it work. It's because we don't truly understand ergo. At least, that's my view. Sometimes, the Grand Covenant. So, the King of Puppets, how did he get around the Covenant, I wonder? He used the ergo wavelengths, but what did he do to their consciences? However, it's a different story when a single puppet cracks the safety device of so many puppets. Does the Grand Covenant break when their ego awakens? Or did someone cause the frenzy after lifting the Grand Covenant? If it's the former, the King of Puppets is the culprit. I am but a simple, brilliant.
Well, we're gonna help you out with that, Vanini. I mean, Shy Matheson. I mean, Vanini. We're gonna help you out with that, good sir.
Lady Antonia has heard about the grand exhibition. She realizes their cure is meaningless. Her illness has worsened. Lady Antonia cautions against it, to be sure. I have heard about an alchemist who knows. Please find a way.
We're gonna talk to her, and then we're going to, like, go talk to Gyanjo, and then we're gonna go tell, Polendina to refuse it.
Thanks for keeping me.
Never mind. I guess we're talking to Gyanjo right away. After we talk to Eugenie first, because that's really important.
Will you do? For once, it's not difficult or dangerous. I'd give it to him myself, but he'll understand the significance. I know my way around.
Girl, are you sure you know who you're dealing with? I don't think you do. You shouldn't be so quick to trust people. Oh, I can't wait to tell the truth about this lovely little exchange.
How's the cure for the petrification disease coming along? Sadly, it cannot cure everyone completely. Even if we eliminate the Are you sure? I leave the choice to you. A longer but painful life. I'll make the cure if you give me 1 gold coin fruit.
And we have the cure, right? I'm making sure we didn't miss anything by reading. Catches it will survive even after being cured. Yeah, we've got all that. Hold on, I didn't read this key. Or I don't think I read this key. A key obtained from Simon Manus, leader of the alchemists. There's a couple keys we haven't read, and I want to make sure I've gone over it again. It opens the Grand Exhibition Gallery where the Saintess of Mercy statue can be found. The genius engineer Camille received a request from the alchemists and created a masterpiece. This was the Saintess of Mercy statue that brought back to life the puppets under golden divine protection.
The cure isn't exactly stable. Give it to the patient as soon as possible.
Paracelsus, I'm willing to bet you know for sure whether or not the gold coin fruit does its thing. We know who you are. We see you.
I believed in you. The possibility of imminent death, though. Why won't pain ever leave her alone? What would you choose? I see that you too are reluctant to bid farewell to Lady Antonia. I wish she could stay with me longer, even if that time might be painful for her. Is that selfish of me? Feelings are such frightening territory. I hope she forgives me for my choice. I will dispose of that cure, lest I be tempted. Please accept this token of my gratitude. No matter what, face serving her welcome.
I wonder, can we don't get to keep the cure, right? Yeah, no, of course not. I was wondering if you could do like a double cross where you tell him, hey, yeah, we're not going to use that cure, and then use it anyway. The double cross would have surely been interesting.
Thanks for keeping.
But I guess not. Oof and a half.
You don't remember much. Ask me about.
Oh, hang on. What did you say about?
I knew the alchemist. Something more sinister. Never trust an alchemist. This is tragic news.
Never trust an alchemist. Geppetto, you are an alchemist, or at least a former one. How can anyone trust you? You filthy little liar. You scheming little weasel. You slinky little ferret. I don't know. What a inexorable cockroach. I really don't know what else to say. I really don't. The man has no scruples, no morals. Oh well, guess we can always be his darling son. That's really about it. Oh, and I guess we have the ergo to cash in on as well. Or not, right? He goes missing at about this time too. Oof. Now, I'm curious about something. If we teleport to the Saintess of Mercy statue, can we unlock the room from inside or not? I'm real curious to know about this. You can't. It's like a special version of this room.
Whatever choice you make. I've always wondered why now, or maybe... But the alchemists have tainted everything. Like many of them, if they get the chance, let the collect gold. Petrification. Ergo is that's why Pop Simon Crot became the king of Pop now.
This device must be powered by gold coin fruit. A new life for an old puppet.
So said Pistrus 1. Oh, I didn't check behind this statue. That's why we were missing. We were missing stuff. Hold on. I, Adriana, recorded for the brothers and sisters. Praise Pistrus, the one who will swallow even God. Listen, my brothers and sisters. I, Pistrus, shall tell you about the world's secrets. In the beginning, it was a wish. It had to be a wish. It's the only paradise perishable humans can have. For thousands of years, humans' wishes perished. But one reached a star. That was a miracle. More so because that star was a very good one. The star answered the humans and descended to Earth. Then everything began. Okay, so we're gonna go back. See, well, I think the conference room is the closest spot we have to that. And then I suppose we need to make a couple of preparations. At least until we get to the barren swamp. Alright, so let's switch. this for that. And right, this for this. And let's go try to quickly find our let's find that door that we can unlock. I want to say we can see that cutscene again, or we can see the initial cutscene if we actually truthfully unlock the door, not just teleport there in the beginning. That it? All right. Yeah, that's right. That's a one-time spawn too. Yeah, it's the cutscene as it is a door trigger. At least I think it is.
Whatever choice you make.
And we've already technically done everything here. All right, real quick, we're gonna look up what that riddle is. It would be... Oh, I just want to take an opportunity and put out a PSA here. You know, I get that Pinocchio looks really like a beautiful young twink. That's as far as I'm going to take that little sentence. I just want to remind people that they are, like, physically or mentally salivating over a caricature of a preteen teenage boy that becomes like a Link type character from Ocarina of Time later, where like the image of a little boy or someone who probably isn't quite 18 or right on the cusp of 18, and it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. You can move a statue? Phone call ends. The King of Riddles will give you another clue relating to the fingertips of the cold woman. Head down the nearby stairs and turn to your right to find two... Oh, it is those statues? I'm sorry, what? Huh. Can you actually turn those statues? I need to know this for my own personal sanity now. Let's try not to die, I guess. Wait, this guy's gonna follow us. And we gotta kill the other one who's in here. Alright, and then we're gonna have to kill the alchemist up top as well. Oh, shit. No, you don't get to do that. Alright, this isn't the room. This is just... Yeah, you can't even walk across this. You just topple down and there you bloody go. All you get for that is like a little bit of quartz. It's this room, isn't it? Yup, sure is. Yuck, 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 yuck. It's this room right here. No. Goodbye. Goodbye, Sir Alchemist. Give Manus my regards, please. You can use this bloody statue? I'm sorry. I should have taken this riddle so much more seriously. Oh, wait. No. Wait. This is the... We got the Trinity Key last time for answering the riddle truthfully, right? We weren't missing a Trinity Key anywhere? Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go to the recent Stargazer. And we're gonna take a break. Yeah, two areas sounds about right, given everything I know about the barren wastes. So we're gonna take a break, folks. When we come back, I will do a little bit of light chilling, and we'll go from there. I want to thank everybody so much for being here and hanging out with me, whether you're lurking or you've actively conversed. That part doesn't really matter. I appreciate the fact you're here at all, because I know the personality of a wet sock on the best of days, and I am absolutely incorrigible on some of the worst ones. Of course, usually when I feel like that, I'm not here. I try not to bring you guys my worst. I know the whole Marilyn Monroe quote about, oh, well, those who can't tolerate me at my worst don't deserve me at my best, but that's more so during, like, valleys where you're upset and depressed, not really angry and, you know, being a general jerkwad to someone else. If that is the worst of you, you gotta bring the bar down. You gotta make the worst like less, like way less. Anyway, I will see you guys after the hopefully 5-minute break this time, with 90 seconds of ads as per normal. But I will see you guys after the break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Slightly late, but it definitely wasn't 20 minutes this time. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Really do appreciate that. If you guys like this content, I can't imagine the 20-minute gap does many favors. But if you like it despite the 20-minute gaps and you have not done so already, please consider leaving a follow. It lets me know that you like the content or you like being here. And, you following, if you're on Twitch, gets 5 free emotes and access to the Discord server. Let me do a Discord promotion now. This also applies if you're subscribed on YouTube. Doubly so because the Discord is like the main benefit you guys get that lets you catch up on the rest of the benefits that you would be missing out on otherwise. Let me show you some of the perks of being on the Discord, okay? I promise this won't take more than like 3 minutes. So, as you can see, we've got tons of different categories. If we become a part of any other giant mod other than Elden Ring Reforged, I've already made a category for that. If you're a Twitch content creator, you're someone on Kick, you're someone on Trovo, you're someone on YouTube, I have places for you to share and spread your content as well. I just ask that if you're not on Twitch, you let me know so that I could give you the correct tags and everything, or I could actually set this up with the notify bot. Additionally, while I'm thinking about it, we have places for people to hang out and game. We've got places for people to share their pictures. We've got a new emote. I got this lovely little hammer right here. You guys see it? My mouse cursor's on it. Yeah, I made this myself. I think I wouldn't say it's good, although someone else has told me it's good, but I do think it's some of my finest work. It actually looks like a gavel. It's not a hammer. It's not a construction tool. What else? If you guys have clips of your gaming or you want to post clips of my antics, we have a channel for that. I have places for you to air your grievances, your game suggestions, your content suggestions. If you guys want to look at commands or soundboard commands, we have a secondary currency here called overtones. This Discord is the place for you to do that. The Discord also lets you access the Google Calendar, Google streaming schedule on Google Calendar. I have an invite set up. You just click that invite and you get a calendar notice of when I go live, and usually I'd say it's 95% accurate. I'm really religious about updating it, even more so than like making the thumbnail for scheduling a YouTube stream or something. If you're on YouTube, I would say that for the most part that schedule is generally accurate, but I would estimate closer to like 80% rather than the 95 I'm claiming with the streaming schedule on Google. And as far as Twitch, that's more of a, what am I streaming as opposed to, the normal time I would be expected to stream, not necessarily the time every day in which I stream, if that makes any sense. It's a forecast. That's what the Twitch schedule thing is a forecast. Don't really have much to say beyond that. Did we already do the cryptics? We do need to go back and do that eventually. In fact, we kind of need to do it now we have like one area we can maybe go for. Like once we get past the barren wastes, we're not gonna be able to access that. So we should just do that now. It's here, right? Yeah, it's the Central Station Plaza. It's like right here. Might as well do that now. Get that out of the way. Or wait, no, we got another copy of that, right? You get like the owl's suit from there. We're gonna go do it, and if we get nothing, we get nothing. Now, what I'm trying to remember, I think it's this way. But, long story short, I work really hard on the Discord. Granted, it's in a mostly stable state now, where I don't work on it quite so much, but I work really hard to curate things for you guys and give you guys spaces to share your life. Maybe it's not as organized as, say, oh, there's a place for memes, there's a place for talking about pets, just cats, just dogs, whatever. But I kind of like to think you can just share that stuff, or you guys can create threads, or I can create threads for those sorts of things, or yes, we know it's a momentary glitch. It's actually not a momentary glitch, but that's what the phone likes to say. Yeah, it's right here.
I see Hotel Crot. I do love this view. It is a nice view, but we must be moving.
It is the... check ground. It's right here. Oh, it's the Atoned. It's not... It's not the doctor. It's the Atoned. Okay. We got it. But we got a Legion caliber for it. Just back to the hotel. We'll make sure we actually get the Frozen Feast next time. Which I think you get with Victor's little ergo. But... we'll make sure we get it. How many of these do we have? 2? That might be enough. Dodge. Yeah, we can upgrade puppet string. Do I want to do that, though? I don't think we actually really need to upgrade puppet string, is the thing. I think we can function well enough without it. At least well enough without the level 2 version. We're gonna level up capacity one more time. It's my best Kermit impression. No, I'm kidding. This is an absolutely ass Kermit impression. And I don't know why I drop into weird voices sometimes. I promise I'm not consciously doing most of it, apart from, you know, maybe scrunching my voice box a little bit. Okay, we're gonna go to the conference room and actually get to fighting like the puppet of the future. I wonder. I mean, we got confirmation that Simon can read minds, but how much of that? How much can he really read your mind? That's really what I want to know.
The Isle of Alchemists. According to the guide, Vanini visited that place. That's something, I guess.
Ciao, Bello. It seems... brother, you should say hello to your... But it is true that we are...
You got that right, sister. Our pal is sure to help us.
A moment, please. My young brother here. The alchemists give us... Please. Don't...
Please.
Please. Hey, it happens.
It's a smart choice. Those things are priceless. And I don't even know if you have any.
But now you know that your friends are desperately in need of it. I don't use that word lightly, desperate, but it's true. Without your help, my brother may never see the light again. So if you do find any gold coin fruit, I hope you'll share it with us. I'd be forever grateful.
Onto the tram. We gotta find out Ladoro anyway and give him that dinky little glove. Just think. We're repeating the game basically at, I would say, around 70% of it you pretty much repeat. Like, you fight the bosses again. Yeah, you get to see their dialogue, but you're pretty much doing the same thing twice. Just, it's more difficult the second time around. And you're taking some branching paths, but if you really try to beat this game a third time and go for the ending you didn't choose the third time, you get nothing except +2s. You get nothing except +2 gear, and the very, in our case, it's actually an almost inconsolably bad ending. Instead of it being a swindle, it's a ripoff. The ending I'm referring to, of course, is the... it's the one where we give our heart to Geppetto. It's a really bad ending for us. Like, phenomenally bad. If we had picked that the first time, and, you know, Simon was just the end-all, be-all boss...
This place is... Okay, there's no easy way to say this. It's a puppet graveyard. Humans call it an illegal dumping site. The city tried to stop it, but eventually had much bigger concerns. If the Grand Exhibition's horrific solution spread this far too, it's just too terrible to think about. Oh, why am I...
Oh, we can't even go up here. Look! And there's no, it's all boarded up. There's nothing back there. The barren swamp. This thing has the Pinocchio ripoff puppets and it's got hybrid puppet horrors in it. No, it actually doesn't. The hybrid puppet horrors don't actually start until Krot is exposed and what you get out of it. What you get out of your experience is, you know, things like the corrupted parade master. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Over here. A rifleman, man. I tell ya. Oh, not again. Oh, these guys up here? Really? I don't think we can shoot them, can we? Not really. I'm gonna give it a few good, honest tries, but... Sorry, I've been flitting through the dating app lately, and I'm just keeping an eye out for people I had been keeping up correspondence with, just to make sure. If it's something truly important, I'd have to break away and answer it. Okay, well, we can shoot at them. That's not worth it, like, at all. We need to just ignore them right now. Oh, that's like twice in a row that that's activated? Really nifty. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not letting you blow up today. No, no, no. No, sir. Nope. Right over here. Swap out for, say, I don't know, shot put. Let's fire up the attribute. That is a purification ampule and not a resistance ampule. Let's do it like that. There we go. Much better. Okay. And over here should be the Pinocchio clone ripoff. Speaking of which, I don't really know, in the 2022 remake or reimagining of Pinocchio, they don't really give you... They don't really tell you, whatever became of the red fox and his cohort friend, the black cat. They don't tell you. If you ever want to know just how hyper condensed Disney likes to make things these days, it's... Yeah, you're gonna have to do better than this tree, buddy. I hate these things. I hate these ginormous clown bumble butts so much. What is everyone's least, or like most hated enemy maybe? That was too early. It's the clowns. That's really it. It's the clowns. The Pinocchio ones are like a really big close second, because they don't stagger when they should. They're not really reasonable attack combatants. Okay. I think they fell off the cliff and died there. The game wasn't sure what to do with them. We've got... Oh, we got him! You know, we can get... Oh, beauteous. Glorious. I gotta keep my feet down, or my camera down, so I can see these. Once I make it past Electric Bozo over there, we can come around and get a revenge against those riflemen. I don't want to put on the special grindstone for these if I don't need to. I mean, I will if that's what I need to do, but... Okay. The key with these guys, if you've got fulminous, just be patient. And of course, don't make attacks that you don't actually have the clearance to make. Okay, I'm being an idiot now. I hate these things. The corrupted ones are worse. Or yeah, you definitely fight the corrupted versions. But they're like half electric, half corrupted, and you pretty much have to use fire attacks on them. Okay, there's one. Now we do the same thing again. I love when a good build comes together. Although, anyone will tell you that the build that the devs ultimately push for, even if they'll jump up and down and say, no, all the builds are equally viable, it's motivity. It has the most options available for it. The scaling on the weapons is truly the best. And, you know, technique also has some pretty good scaling options. And I'm willing to bet the reason that those are the best builds is because adding a flat amount of elemental damage or elemental scaling to a weapon is always better in a Souls title or a Souls-like title compared to adding a percent scaler. So for example, if you are a strength user in, say, Dark Souls 3, and you wanted to use the Farron sword, the Farron sword sorcery, yeah, it attacks pretty fast. It attacks pretty fast for a sorcery, and you could probably rack up some decent magical damage that bypasses, you know, resistance entirely for a boss, or they have lowered magic resistance to it. You would be much better served by instead maybe not even applying magic weapon, but using a grease. Because the grease will add a flat value that you could then use to accentuate your strength or your dexterity instead. You use like the magic weapon sorceries if you have high strength and you have a high casting stat. Because the spells that add magical damage are percent scalar. Whereas the greases are not a percent scalar. They are flat additives. And being able to get a flat bonus is with zero investment is always better than getting a middling bonus with some investment. Oh. Let's go ahead and grind up our weapon. We would have constantly needed to grind our weapon. It's amazing we don't have to do this unless we're in a boss fight or something. The quartz passives with the P organ are really powerful. They stack up too. It's really nice. I can't imagine what a complete build using the correct talismans or amulets looks like on top of all this. Because it's not like your other defensive gear actually contributes to a build. Okay, before we do that, we're gonna go up top. I don't think we actually did that last time. Hello, officer. So, you want to do it here? Oh, catching the mid-attack is like the best. And while you may not have dropped anything, recharged amulet. Remind me what this does again. Oh, it's the base version. We already got the +1. Do I really need to showcase the +2s? I guess if I'm going for a complete playthrough, I kind of need to, don't I? I would love for there to be only a +1, and the +2 doesn't even really matter in the grand scheme of things. I would love for this to be the case. Okay, we have Alidoro over there. Good. We have a shortcut. Awesome. I guess maybe we could probably afford to bump up our pulse cells by 1. I don't like taking upgrades like this, but we are kind of running out of things to do.
The terms of the bargain, almost intolerable. Well, it's not like I care about those hotel people anyway. But there are limits. How do you do? It's quite odd that we should meet in a place like this. Oh, don't pretend surprised that I got here before you. After all, I can elude the darkest monsters, the loftiest beings. In fairness, I do benefit from your prowess as well. I shall tell you something since we're nearly peers. They say a terrible monster lives on the cliff at the end of the swamp. It behaves like a crow, gathering shiny things. I've absconded with treasures from its lair. Now, catch your interest? You're a worthy hunter, and it is worthy prey. You're a worthy hunter. What's this? A gift for a rescuer. From a technician girl. I don't remember. I've saved so many of the common people. Anyway, thank her, I suppose. Oh dear. These gloves are a mess. They don't even fit. Is this a practical joke? My God, I never did like that girl. She's just like him. I thought you had better taste than this. How disappointing. Get these rags out of my sight.
Damn, dude, she just tried to...
A worthy hunter.
All she did was, okay, it is Victor's, it is Victor's. That's good. We already have the Arm of God amulet, so... We already read this earlier. We don't need to read it again. We just need to have it. But damn, dude, she gave you a glove. Even if it was misguided, the least you could do was say, okay, even if you disposed of them, that would have been miles better than just refusing a gift. Now, in real life, I want to point out that accepting a gift like this is never required. Never, ever, ever required. But it's the matter of not being bloody rude. And the way he went about not the refusal of the gift was one of the worst possible refusals a human being could do. Like, refusal with an insult on top of it. All right, Eugenie, I'm gonna break you the bad news.
Hey, about my request last time. Did you give Alidoro the gloves? Phew. Even the Union's advancement test didn't make me this nervous. All right, I'm ready. Did the gloves make... What? His fingers are fine? That can't be right. And no, I'm not being precious about my work. When the workshop tower collapsed, the Hound lost a finger saving me. Something to puzzle over.
Maybe...
Thanks for doing your part.
You're welcome. Maybe, just maybe, that is enough.
I know I sound obsessed, but when the workshop tower collapsed, he saved me. We could have starved to death trapped under the rubble. If it wasn't for Alidoro's sacrifice back then, I don't want to think about it. And yet I can't forget it. That's why it's so puzzling. It's not like his finger could grow back. Could you find out more about Alidoro for me? If I called it surveillance, would that be too cruel? In any case, we need to watch out. You be careful too. I know my way around a...
Okay. So, yeah. Maybe, just maybe, the Alidoro that saved you is not the Alidoro you're looking at now. Maybe it's a different person who took his name. End of the game, when taking the submarine to the Alchemist's Isle, we pretty much get bloody confirmation that Alidoro, actually the other Alidoro, murdered the real Alidoro, who was likely related to Eugenie there, because we get a letter or a piece of paper that basically says, like, I will watch you from afar, even if it hurts me, and you deserve a normal chance at life, stuff like that.
No matter what, serving, welcome to Hotel Crop.
No, we don't want to teleport. I want to level up. And we're going to level up. Advance. Our damage output's going to start to look really, really freaking good. Of course I can't teleport to Hotel Krat. I was mashing X instead of A. Oops. The Barren Swamp is actually a big enough place that I'm a little concerned we won't make it by 11. I'm gonna do my best to kind of go fast, but that is hard. Wait. There was a Puppet of the Future you could fight in, oh god, in the Grand Exhibition, was there not? And I suddenly just forgot all about it. Yeah, I know you're here. And let it be said that this is definitely the kind of game you do need to have a little bit of quick reflexes on. So I guess here's a question I could ask. Are there any games out there that you feel you can't play because you don't have the reflexes for them? For me, it might even be Bloodborne. I'm not 100% sure. I've probably got enough muscle memory with Souls-like type games that learning wouldn't be bad, but I do definitely feel gotta wait for the gotta make sure we're respecting the cannon fire that's there. This time I believe we are going to try to go for all the crates, but it's really hard to do. That is exactly why it's hard to do. And you do kind of have to run a little bit. Is the other one around here? No. That means the cannon actually wiped it out, which is fine. Ooh, right. We could take that. We could actually go the main route much earlier. That's boring. I don't like that. Let's actually get all the crates this time. Run. I think the cannon was much closer to a one-shot than it actually is in New Game Plus. So I'm kind of like, I'm okay being less careful because I know I have this skill to do it. That big guy over there, though, I'm not too enthused about fighting with the cannon breathing down my neck. Gotta get a little closer to him than that. I'm sorry. Did he just blow a police whistle? That's exactly what he bloody did. Oh my god. Exhilarating. Okay, we should be safe now, at least for right that second. Still, you never know with cannons like that. You kind of want to roll or do something to mitigate the harm anyway, just in case. It's like, even though in a good chunk of the routing attempts that you see for, you know, the Soulsborne games, even though in 90% of cases, when a challenge runner is X space away from Y enemy, let's say, probably, let's see if I can do it like this. If X challenge runner is Y spaces away from an attack, and at that distance, at the supposed distance, in most cases the challenge runner would be fine, you would still roll anyway, just out of precaution. You don't want to get hit with stuff like that. Is that it? Is that all of them? Don't think so. Or, actually, yes. That is all of them. Coolio. We are about halfway through this, though. Yeah, that's it. That is completely 100% it. This feels like beating the Goomba King in Paper Mario 64 or something. Or like, obviously you know this is the midpoint before entering something big, but and the victory itself is sweet enough, but it's the first of many to come. Same is true here, at least for me personally. You kind of get this sense that this is the first of many victories yet to come. Oh, not you again. Yeah, we're putting up the special grindstone. Nice. I hate those giant enemies, and we're not done fighting them either. That's not the last one. Definitely not. Think Area 9, in Area 10. Oh, nope, don't do that.
Wow, so they do exist. I thought I was for monstrous humans, puppets. If I learn how to feel. Hello, my only friend. I hope I find someone I can be, bro. Hello, my only friend. Clapping it's good to feel.
Yeah, I will take free ergo crystals. Thank you very much.
I see now. I may not. Hello, my only friend.
Yeah, no, actually we're not quite one half. We're more like a third. Yeah, we're more like a third. Let's go quickly back to Hotel Krot. Grab the gold coin fruits, and I guess we'll be, well, we'll be taking a break, and when we come back, I have major shilling I want to get done, and then from there, we'll continue onward. I will try to make the shilling quick, as it is the major shill. It is something that I expect to take a little bit longer than a couple of minutes. I'd like to get it down to a couple of minutes, but for that to really happen, you almost have to cut out crucial details.
Stalker.
Yes, I want 4 of these, please, in storage. And I would very much like to grab 2 level ups, which we can do by selling an ergo crystal before we take a break. I don't... Is it possible to hit 99 in a stat before we fight Nameless Puppet again? Don't know. That is definitely not selling a crystal, Steven. That is not a crystal. It's gotta be getting up to 33. There's gotta be a requirement of 3,400 for 2 levels now. It's just gotta be that. Oh, not even. 18k, we need another 3,000? Sure. Is that enough, though? We need 166. Okay. These levels are definitely starting to accumulate and get more expensive. Not that much more expensive, but expensive nonetheless. Okay, that's it. We can't level any more advanced, guys. We gotta have all nice stats. What's the nice cap? Is it 699 or 669 or the sweet 666? Don't know. But yeah, it is break time. I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out with me. I realize that the streams kind of get lonely and quiet, but I really don't have the typical verve and vim and vigor that a usual stream might have, or that the usual content creator or entertainer has. I wish I did. Maybe that means finding something to talk about every hour, something deep, something profound, or a string of really light topics for an hour, so that every part of it is filled with something of value. But I'm not that person yet. I don't have 11 million things I can talk about. Fictitious number, I know. I don't have the lightning personality. I don't bounce all over the walls. I'm not that kind of person. Although I'm gonna say something. I promise it's nice. I know the lead up to that sounds like, oh, well, here coin goes, finger wagging again. No. I met a lovely partnered streamer today. Her name is Venora Dark Wolf. I think that's her name. She is like Queen of the Frogs. Like, that is who she is. She is super energized. There's a reason this lady is partnered. Let's make sure I give her the shout out. I want to say that's her. Yeah, she's partnered. She streams really, really long hours. Like, she was supposed to be going on a 13-hour stream today, or like a 14-hour stream today. That's freaking huge. I have no idea how she, like, keeps energized through that, except to, like, actually take proper lunch breaks and stretch breaks and stuff like that. I don't have her energy. I wish I did. I want whatever makes Venora Darkwolf tick in a bottle, like Felicis, or whatever liquid luck in Harry Potter was called. It's liquid courage. Actually, it's not liquid luck. It's liquid courage. I want that injected into my right shoulder so that I can be as vivacious as she is. But I can't do that. It's exhausting already to do this. And I've tacked on 3 more hours as well because I love you guys and actually do care about my audience. But I try to be more... I guess I like sitting on the opposite register of people like Venora Darkwolf. And to be clear, that stream that her content should ultimately win out over mine. That's probably the wrong framing, but what I'm trying to say is people like excited, energizing content they can laugh to. They don't typically like so much when things get gritty, dark, serious, somber. I sound like I'm a goth kid who's going through like the height of their goth phase. But what I'm trying to say is I enjoy being the foil to that. I enjoy being mellow, down to earth. I do have some vim and vigor in me when it's appropriate or when I think it's appropriate, but I don't bounce all over the walls. I don't give energy, and I try not to take it either. I try to rely on what I can give myself. And that's hard. It really truly is. But I've yammered on and on. Really, the big takeaway is you guys should go support Venora Darkwolf and not listen to me prattle on about being like trying to live up to her. But I do enjoy this stream and what I do for you guys. I would not be doing this if I didn't want to. Granted, the money would be nice. I would love to be partnered. I am unafraid and unashamed to have that meta level conversation with you guys because we're adults. I would love to be partnered, but that requires work I don't have, or work that requires a continual amount of work that I don't always have the energy to put in for. So I do what I can. I treat this as a hobby, and I try to work gig work in the meantime. But I would have done this anyway, even if, or especially if, making money wasn't my goal. I'm always appreciative of the financial support you guys pour in. It's unnecessary. It is absolutely unnecessary, but I appreciate it anyway. It makes what I do that much sweeter, but it is sweet, period. Now that I have gone all sentimental and soft, why don't we take a break so we can firm back up our brain cells again? And when we return, I've talked about the meta conversation, but that is not shilling. I gotta do a little bit of that. And then we can move on and try to kill the swamp monster before it kills us. Hopefully. I would love to actually get 2 regions finished in 7 hours. Thanks. You guys know the ad break spiel at this point, and I will see you afterwards. Thanks. Sorry about that, folks. I ended up getting caught in a bit of logistical discussion with my dad, but we're back. Now, despite that, I still have a timetable to keep. First, before we continue, I hope everybody enjoyed their break. However extended it might have been, I hope people enjoyed it. It's always good to be able to get up, stretch your legs, and, ward away the DVT another day. But I got real shilling to do now. Let's get this painful process out of the way, shall we? First, please know that financial support or contribution is never required. I already discussed this in the meta level conversation we had right before break, but I will reiterate that again because I think it's really important. And also, you never know if new people are going to show up at the bottom or near bottom or in the first quarter of the hour. So getting that out of the way is important. That I do what I do because I love to do it. And I want to show the world the extensive library of games that I do have and the ability to mod them to a complete level of customization in some cases. I want to show not just that, we can unite by, retro and new modern gaming, but also within the modding space. I think that's important. There's people who make derivative works based off of the original game, Skyrim, that while it's important that mods stay a passion project, or else it becomes corporate BuzzFeed nonsense. It becomes especially important that you recognize when modders should get financial recognition for their work. It's really important. And when you can't give that, it's important you try to showcase to the best of your ability what about that author's work in a mod makes it worth downloading. Like, clout is not a substitute for compensation, but it is the best I have. And so I like to be able to give it. And that's the niche I've chosen to carve out for myself. If you do want to support me in a financial manner, I have a bunch of links in the YouTube description. I really recommend reading those. Patreon or Coffee are going to be your best ways to get compensation and the perks that you deserve. You'll be able to get like 95% of them. As for Twitch, biddies are an easy, cheap way to throw $1 or $5 at your favorite streamer. But undoubtedly the best gift, there are 2 gifts you can give yourself that help every streamer. 1, you could buy for yourself a tier 1 subscription. It cuts out the ads. It is $6. It's $5.99 instead of $4.99. Yikes, I know. The other 2 tiers are fine. They just chose to raise this one. It really kind of stinks. But I still think even for $6, the tier 1 subscription is the best bang for your buck. It cuts out the ads. If you only watch me or a few select streamers, then tier 1 is the best bang for your buck. You also get all the perks that come along with tier 1. If you are a content creator or an entertainer and you would like to collaborate with me, I will always be willing to, collaborate with people anyway, but tier 1 makes it more likely that I go out of my way to do so, rather than saying, okay, let's look at where our libraries overlap and maybe we could work something out. I might be more likely to incentivize purchasing a game to collaborate with someone. It's my recognition of that at tier 1. That is what you're buying as a content creator. But please know that is not required either. I know it makes me sound like a scumbag. but this is what I've chosen to do with the tier packaging. Also, you guys get heightened currency generation. You get double channel point quantity if you're subscribed, but you also get I want to say at least double rate if you are double rate of overtones if you're subscribed as well. There are lots of benefits. You also get emotes for your trouble. Any emotes that are at tier 1 unlock as soon as you get the tier 1 subscription. Although you get the emotes even at the prime level, you just don't get the cutout of ads. The other thing you can do, let's say you watch 15 streamers, 20 streamers, 30 streamers, and you all have them in the background. Like you're a madman for having people in the background, that many of them in the background. For $15.99, I want to say, you can get Twitch Turbo. Cuts out all the ads, and we get the ad revenue that would be skipped by getting Twitch Turbo. Now, I'm confident that once the monopoly lawsuits take effect, and it is revealed that Amazon is in fact a monopoly, that this type of stuff will stop. But until then, as a Amazon representative, however much of a minor one I actually am, I do think I have to point out that if all people care about is watching stuff on Twitch and treat it like a form of TV, which is totally cool, that's completely valid, a Twitch Turbo subscription at that rate, it will get you what you want, and we even get the ads that you would have skipped out on. Everybody is a winner, although the clear de facto winner is Amazon instead of you or I. Just throwing that out there. Okay, I think that covers all the shilling. Of course, there's always like direct line donations as well. If you donate through if you donate through Patreon, that is completely anonymous. If you just want to show support without getting extra perks beyond what is promised on Patreon, please feel free to do that. It is meant to be fanfare free. Everything else is going to come with either just a text notice, or ideally, at least in my case, it'll come with some kind of alert so that I know what's happened and can congratulate you and thank you for buying in to this place that I call coin stamp this into our halls. Like, I want to thank you for that buy-in, not just have that event pass without any kind of notice at all. That's enough about that. We've spent maybe 10 minutes. No, I've spent 8 minutes. I'm working on it, but I talked about some stuff I normally don't talk about when I do the shilling, but just know I work really hard to curate benefits that I think will be reasonable for everybody, and the complete list of those benefits is available if you're on Twitch anyway. Underneath the stream, there should be a panel called the About Me section. You click on that, and I have the perks listed all right there. Everything I've discussed and more should be listed there. And all the Patreon coffee subscription tiers are weighted at about the same ratios. So obviously, the stuff that would be at tier 2 or tier 3 on Coffee or Patreon would be at most a tier 1 benefit on Twitch. Because $25.99 is too damn high. Sorry, I coughed right before I could get to that all-important mute button. Damn. I guess my body is allergic to all that shilling. Shillings. Old coins that Ebenezer Scrooge probably would have used. Anyway. Let's get some new coin. It's called Ergo. I wonder if there's like a meme coin referred to as Ergo coin or Geppetto coin or something stupid like that. Sorry, I had to mute that. I had to like... I had to mute that. I did not want to blow your ears out for that. We already know that there's... I really don't want to be fighting puppets of the future when there's a cannon also breathing down my neck. I just want to, like, give the puppet its space right now and not really bother trying to fight it right now. Maybe if I can fight him inside, like, a super enclosed space, that might be fine. I'm sorry. Trees are just being felled left and right. Gotta be careful. I could get pot shots from here and not be any the wiser for it. Any more crates? There's like one. Gonna wait for the cannon. Make that 2 cannon shots I'm waiting for. Any more? There's one more. There's exactly one more though. Okay. Oh, but the puppet of the future can also break it. Good to know. I think if we fight him over here, we stand a pretty reasonable chance of... Yep, right there. Come back this way, Sir Puppet. Gotta be careful. If I stick my neck too much further out, we are definitely getting shot. Yeah, oh my god. Yes, that is exactly what happened. However, we don't have crates to break, so we can, in fact, just make it past the cannoneer and kill him. All right, let's do it. Okay, right over here. Nice. Any others? No? We really should just be ignoring the puppet of the future right now, but I do want to give it a go. This isn't something we've generally done before. Nope. Yep. Oh, yeah, we definitely don't want to be taking risks. Yes! I knew I would get punished for that. Yep, we definitely ignoring these until we don't have the cannoneer to worry about. Should have been like that in the first place, but I was a stupid dumb airhead that felt I needed to try to puff my chest up and say, look at what I can do. Yeah, look at how absurdly I can die, maybe. That's about the only thing that the general public's getting out of that piece of footage, Coin. Want to be careful. Just kind of keep walking. You kind of really need to keep walking if you would like to not get, like, shot at. Oh, no, you don't. I guess the other one decided that I was a little bit too good for him. Aw, my dearest precious Clippy, aw. Or, oh, my dearest precious Clippy, aw. What kind of emote is that, Aniv? Come now.
Ah, this must be quite an urgent patient to see you are still breathing. Trust me, it's better this way. And if you're not alive, then you must be dead. That's just logic.
Yeah, how does the Unga Bunga taste?
What was it? I don't recall.
Damn, dude, alright.
Judgment as a doctor. All should end while they're still humans.
Yeah, I kind of did a pretty unsightly attack. Yeah.
I remember now. My Adelina.
Goodbye, Sir Owl. I knew ye never. You can only do that if you open the apartment, by the way, off of the first cryptic vessel. If you don't do that, this guy never shows up. Damn it. Just gonna pop one of these. Try to keep moving slowly. Ah, itchy. Headphone itch. It's the worst. Ah, yes. We now have the carcasses. Gotta switch things up. Which, as soon as we get the Stargazer, we will be making that switch. I would say our progress is slowly approaching half. I did not think that was going to happen. Not gonna lie. I thought we would be stuck at Victor a little bit longer. Okay. You only got one bit of goop to spit out, good sir. I love how he just kind of objectively stood there and looked at me the entire time until I was ungooped. And then he tried to spit on me and regretted it immensely. Okay, we drop down. We go unga bunga that thing on the bridge. Or we attempted to unga bunga. But had to, in fact, unga bunga a second time. That is some serious pulse cell recharging. I am very surprised that we've charged it up as many times as we have already. Okay, that's one. There's two. Oh, it's like grizzly green fireworks to me. Ah, it's music. Simply scintillating. Anyone coming out from around back? I didn't remember anyone popping up from behind the crate, but I wanted to make sure anyway. Just kind of protect my six. Which you should always do in games like this. Okay, we walked around. You could clearly go through there. But let's unlock the Stargazer here. Oh, gnarly. Hate that. Of course, we're going to continue to explore a little tiny bit past it. Okay. What, you just drop down, right? Yeah, you just jump back over. Now here, there's like a really... Yeah, you see that? We couldn't really get a good grasp on this before, but if you guys notice, I'm looking at the stream display so I can like point it out a bit better. Do I still have that pointer source available? Yes. It's like right there. It's basically where the item is. If you notice, there's a plank of wood, right? Underneath all that, with a bit of rope poking out. The pointer's actually covering it now, so I'll go ahead and take it off, because I know our eyeballs are fixed there. If you look... there's a bit of rope peeking out right between the third and fourth plank. If I step exactly here, we're fine. If I had stepped anywhere else, we were goners. Isn't that amazing? But we didn't really pay that much attention, and it did trip me up once. It's nice to not be tripped up like that again. Also, there was something I saw when I was over here, and I couldn't tell if it was because we saw something at a later... Oh, that's why. There's an enemy that died right there, and we can't pick up that collectible now because they technically died while hanging on the bridge. Oof. All right. So these nice lunky balls are coming from the green swamp monster. They're not coming from a giant clown. Most of them typically come from clowns, but not all of them. It actually works. It's bloody amazing. I actually, usually in Souls-likes, if there's like if there's like a weapon art or a skill that lets you block damage like that, that's usually only from enemies. That's actually really freaking cool that we were able to just spend some Fable and kind of ignore being knocked down. That's really, really good. Anything? No, that's just a dead end. I'm a little afraid. I really don't want to be. Let's pop a cube here. While we kind of wait a second. Let's also pop a bit of Fable. We don't really need any of the butterflies, though, is kind of the problem. Nah, no matter how much I think it's worth it, it's actually bloody not. That's kind of a problem. I would like not to spend more wish cubes, please. Wait. We wait. Get back behind the corner. We wait for the next one, and then we go right past. Oh, that isn't even the harrowing part. This is the harrowing part right here. Stand over here like this. And you can sort of tell this is where the origin is. Because there's like a delayed drop when this ball hits the floor. You can tell that the green swamp monster is literally right above us in like that hovel. Tossing out the flaming ball of dead, recycled puppets. We know you're here. And we know about that guy in the back. Yeah, Yogi Bear over there. Let's get the burning abrasive ready. Well, we get to do that again, but we don't have to follow all the perilous decisions we made. And if you're trying to like develop new weapons, or you're trying to upgrade weapons that you didn't really ever try out in New Game, there is a reason to go after those butterflies in New Game Plus. It's so you can do that. But once you get the ability to just buy half moonstones, that kind of really should come to a halt. Unless you're like me and just like trouble. Just like collecting things. I'm a huge Collectopedia, Collectathon person. I love the Xenoblade Chronicles Collectopedia. I actually liked Banjo-Kazooie for the Collectathon that it was, not just the platformer that it also was. Gonna pop one just to be ready. Gonna get over here. Kind of like sit right over here. Thankfully, we have a lot more resources this time dashing through here compared to when we perhaps normally would. Just get over here like this, drop down. And we're already right back to where we were. Damn, dude, maybe think about calming down a little? All right, let's try that again. Thank you. I appreciate not being trapped behind a barrel. Yep, we wait. Okay. It's nice not to be made a monkey or a fool of again. And by monkey, I'm talking about the animal. I hate having to constantly clarify this. But what can I say if bad actors want to use language that degrades people of color in such a way, then I will need to make sure I clarify that I'm not talking about colored people. I'm in fact talking about the animal. I could have said lemur, chimp, ape. All would have meant the same exact thing. All of it. And it could have been a different animal. Like, I think it's important to clarify when something is not being used in a derogatory fashion toward people for precisely the bad faith arguments that the detractors would have used previously. Ah, well, what do you mean? Yeah, come on, tell me what you think. What do you mean by those words? Egging people on and degrading them by calling them an animal or a name instead of just explaining to people what they did wrong and why their worldview is fallible. That's kind of the problem in today's society. And if you're going to say something that remarks like an insult, sounds like an insult, is said like one, I think it's important that you clean up the language and make very clear, explicitly clear what you're talking about. Also, we should be turning in our ergo as much as we can. Try not to carry too much. Oh, we could level up again. Okay. I won't say no to an extra level. I don't know. I guess I can ask how do you guys weigh in on insulting people? And it's always the same. It doesn't matter what insult it is. You could be saying, oh, well, this person is a cishet. Which, if you're saying it categorically, it's fine. If you're saying it as an insult, it's meant to be derogatory or pejorative in nature, then it is an insult. It is being used that way. You can't suddenly erase its context as a pejorative word because it is normally not a pejorative word. It's one of those, you gotta make sure your language is clean and says what it means. It's very clear that the words you're using is intended to be used that way. And it's easy to read from a surface glance. Alright, let's... I hate these things. I should have used the Fable art right there. They're not as bad as the clowns. They really, really aren't. They have pretty easily exploitable windows. I just hate that they don't follow conventional rules of being staggered, and that they require so much to be staggered that it's not funny. That their stamina is in fact gargantuan. Gonna get the electric blitz abrasive and have it ready. Just jump, jump, jump. What? Am I a candlestick? Am I a bloody candlestick? I should take a break. It's about that time. I need to walk anyway, so I can do that. Come back and we can mop the floor with this guy. You guys know the drill by now. It's been 5 hours in. I don't think I need to explain much, but I will make sure I thank you for being here. It's really appreciated. Even when I know I'm putting my foot in my mouth and not making it 100% clear what I'm saying, I do appreciate you guys being here and sticking through that. I try to make my contexts abundantly clear at all times. And if not, you know, I own my mistake. I'll say, okay, I'm sorry I said that, and I would like a chance to start over. Or something to that effect. But I don't think we're at the point where the word monkey is only ever going to be known as a really repugnant slur that should never be said toward colored people ever. And if I ever hear it being said toward a colored person, I'm gonna get hella mad about it. Yeah, I have to make sure I'm clear in saying, hey, don't say that word that way, ever. That's not okay. And anyone referring to a colored person as that will get banned. Like, immediately. No questions. Don't do it. Anyway, thank you guys so much for sticking around with me, and I'll see you guys after the 5-minute commercial break. Thank you. back. Sorry about that. Let's try to speed this along, shall we? Got the shilling done. Want to try not to mention that again. I will mention the Discord, actually, because I worked bloody hard on it. And I believe it's... I wouldn't say it's a marvel of engineering, but I do think it's a fine Discord server. I just wish I actually had the money to, like, have the highest quality moderation bots available. I wish I could actually time roles for subscribers for the exact month in which they obtain it. I can't currently do that. And of course, if Twitch never tells me, if Twitch doesn't give me a good examination of when people redeem their Prime subscriptions, I can't give them the role they're supposed to have. But I bore of talking about this, but I do not bore of mentioning the Discord server. Please consider joining it. No, you don't get to pitch a temper tantrum today. It doesn't get to happen. You've been a naughty boy. And this last hug you gave is especially naughty. No. Bad. Awful. Clearly inspired by the original tale. Yet again. Except they made this little shithead completely and utterly 10 times more annoying and mischievous than regular Pinocchio would have ever been in this, guys. So stupid. So dumb. To borrow Distant Coder's almost exact word-for-word statement. I hate those things. They're not as bad as the clowns, but they're really fucking something else. Nice. Yeah, I completely deserve this. I should have lied, ladies and gentlemen. Instead, I died. I died to Doomblade. I died to removal. Removal by the most basest, lowliest puppet ever. One with a pitchfork in its hand used as a spear. Oh well. That lowly little serf deserves his raise. It's just too bad that Romeo couldn't and is no longer capable of giving it to him. I would have loved to play this from the other angle, where I was actually in control of Romeo, and we, you know, maybe defeated all the people. Yeah, I see you there. Oh, it's not even a pitchfork. It's a, like, dead arm. That guy has a pitchfork, though. one. We know the second one. I thought the second one was gonna like line up and, you know, delete us, but he never did that either. That's fine. I'm looking forward to tonight's dinner, by the way. It's spaghetti. I wish I could say I had a hand in it, but instead I thank my dad for all the hard work he did with that. He didn't want to disturb me when I was streaming, and I really do appreciate that. My dad actually does care a great deal about what I do. I'm fortunate and blessed that I have parents who give me a space, an office of my own, when they don't have to do that. Even for my own personal reasons of just I'm an adult and I need more space to live in so that I'm not claustrophobic and I'm not clasping my arms wondering where, like, I have too many things and not enough space. It's nice. It's why I'm such a minimalist too. It's, even if I were living by myself and this were completely my own house, the fact remains that I would still find a way to fill it with too much stuff. Not even like meaningful stuff, just papers I didn't really feel up to chucking. Not a hoarder, but I definitely would forget to toss a few things I should have. Anyone else? I know there was something creeping up out of the woodwork. We're gonna use you to kind of like come over here and bash this. That way we have more space to work with. And your foot ain't gonna do it, bud. I need hands. Wow, extra nice. All right, this is me being stupid, by the way. We're gonna... I'm sorry. I guess I thought he didn't cover... Okay, I thought there was gonna be a second, like, attack, but I guess not. We wait for the second stop. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I can unga bunga this one. I think I actually need to use... I mean, it hits hard, but I think I actually need to be smarter about how I use this weapon. And also, I don't want to spend forever on this. Let's use our spear. Let's actually be smart. And I'll put on the hammer or the club, the Unga Bunga club when I'm good and ready. Although I can Unga Bunga the trash. That we can do for sure. Okay, we know you're here. I've learned my lesson. And then we have the two down there. One of which I can lure out right away. That's much better. These guys drop quartz. There is a good reason to fight them. I promise I'm not just ludicrously wasting time on nothing burgers like I do sometimes. This is not a nothing burger. This is treasure. All right, we switch. We play. Sometimes they lift their feet a second time. Yeah, this is a little bit more of a reasonable move set. Doesn't do as much damage, but it gets the job done. We can bring out the Unga Bunga hammer at the end. Nope. 1, 2. I'm gonna hate the play pattern where they go for an unexpected third. Nope, can't do that. The key to these big enemies is mostly just patience. And just sizing up, sizing up where their attacks are going to be. It helps if you've fought them a number of times, developing the actual muscle memory required to beat enemies in Souls-like games. But having very good reflexes is nice compensation if you have good mechanical mastery of how the games work. All right, now we bring out the Unga Bunga Club. Wait for the second stomp. Good. And now we repeat this process and get the other quartz. And then maybe we'll be able to defeat the swamp monster in an hour. That would be really good. I'm sorry, under what circumstance did you think that was all right? Get out of the really dingy water. Well, that'll complete our very last P6 slot. And then we will go grab our death ergo, explore the last couple, well, re-explore the last couple of pockets for items, and hopefully anything that'll be at +1. And then we should just be able to talk to Hugo and go from there. That butterfly did not last very long at all. This is fine. Like I said, we really don't need anything that most of these butterflies have to give. Even the growth boosters for the gold coin fruits, not really necessary. No, I don't want that. So who else is like a Souls-like, Soulsborne veteran? I kind of consider myself one. Again, there are really only a couple of those types of titles I haven't played, like Bloodborne or Demon Souls, like any version of Demon Souls. But outside of those two games, I have played nearly the rest of them. I've even beaten Elden Ring, technically by beating... No, I have not done that. Coin, you are a filthy liar. You have done no such thing. You came close. You came close, but you didn't quite do it. Because we were trying to push a deadline on that. I remember now. I've basically almost 99% beaten, you know, Elden Ring. Minus, like, collecting some items. And I can't wait to actually play the DLC when there's Reforged DLC compatibility. I would love that. Right now, it's in a state of you can't access the DLC right now. Also, before I, you know, go absolutely insane, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go grab Q-tips, because I got this ear itch that is just not going away. See you in 1 second. I'm gonna play a small 30-second ad here. I am back. So sorry about that. I had to answer nature's call, on top of trying to find Q-tips. I was not happy to have to do that. Hopefully the ad wasn't too intrusive. One thing I will say that I think puts me above some other, or not above, but I think it's a selling feature of my channel, is that I do not run ads on a schedule. I always manually run them. Now I schedule them. I know, unscheduled, scheduled ads. Which is it, Coin? I do not auto run ads. I always manually run them. Always. I usually run 90 seconds worth every hour to try to do something to curb like pre-roll and make the viewing experience better for people who are already here. But pre-roll means people don't bother staying if they've got to wait on an ad just to see their content. Or like even try out new content. It's why saturation is at an all-time high, and mobility of viewer, or I say viewers, and that is the technically accurate term, but of audience members from one platform to another, or one entertainer to another, is at an all-time low. Because why would you move and give up not having to deal with pre-roll to someone else who may protect you from the pre-roll, but also like automatically run ads. And people get very used to a certain viewing schedule. And when everything is atomized down to ad viewership, and that's all people either complain or think about, well, I cannot entirely say, oh, well, you know, right. I got lost in what I was trying to say. Let me say it this way. That way I don't forget it. This is another one of those meta level discussions where, yes, Gemini.
An earthquake! That came from the direction of Krot Central Station. Oh, this could be bad, pal. Really, really bad.
Hey, are you a treasure hunter too? I know how this looks, but you wouldn't happen to know a treasure hunter named Alidoro, would you? I plan my expeditions to follow. All I can do is keep plugging away. Life is short. All I can do is keep plugging. You never heard of Alidoro? And unlike a lot of the riffraff in Krot, he's not a thief. And professionalism is important when you're talking about Ergo. That's why Alidoro has the reputation he does. I know there are rumors. The rumors? Alidoro is the last person you'd suspect of crimes like fraud and theft and assault. Those alchemists must be behind it. I mean, come on. We're talking. Would you get a load of this? Life is short. All I can do is keep... My treasure. It's a cryptic vessel. A sort of cipher device. I think it's a clue to some stolen goods. You know what they say. No honor among thieves.
Don't worry, we'll go back and crack that in just a jiffy. And by jiffy, I mean after we, you know, browbeat the green swamp monster. I'll put this out as a note. Once again, if you hadn't gotten the jeweled cryptic vessel contents from the decryption, if you didn't get this, this is your kind of your last point of order, or when you cross over into Central Crot Station from the underground, that is the last time you will have the chance to access it easily. I recommend getting it now as opposed to later. Oh, I forgot to change things. That's right. Oh, that definitely hits pretty hard. Yep, goodbye. That's okay. We can switch. We can swap. And I can also make sure I'm not missing correspondence. All right. Let's fix up our Legion arm. And let's swap out for... Oh, also, I guess what we probably want is switch this Legion arm for this one. Now we can have damage and we can have utility all in the same go. Isn't that just fantastic? Let's grab this. Oh, right. This thing has it's a parry. It's not a parry. It's not a posture or defense ability. That's right. Oof. Maybe the flame will work out better than either of the other weapons I was using in the long run for this sort of boss. Yep. This handle does not help me. This is why we use the electric stuff in phase 2, so I could just face tank a lot of what was happening. I did not like the damage type is excellent, so we probably will crank out the Legion arm usage a lot more. Fire definitely seems to be the superior choice, but the I'm not a fan of the parry art. Before anyone says, I could just swap the handles. Could do that. There's nothing stopping me from swapping the handles. I could do that. Let's give that a try. We haven't swapped weapon handles in a while. But it's really the blade that gives the weapon type in the first place. Oh, it's a symbol. Disassemble a new weapon. Let's do this. And then we have, let's do it like this. Assemble. And then we are going to assemble this weapon and No, I have to remember to press X here. There. And because we reassembled the arms, of course we do that. All right, let's do it like this. And now we are definitely capable of beating this boss, and we should do it this time as well. I probably should just die here. Yeah, we definitely should just dye it up. But I don't feel like doing that. Yeah, that's fine. If he starts doing the crab dance, I know right away to whip out the flamberge and just try to keep some appropriate spacing. That was really bad performance. But I do like the jib, the cut of this weapon, so to speak. Oh my god. Nice. Nope. We back it up. Okay.
I knew you'd do it. Finally, the last hero weapon is in my hands. I knew you'd do it. I had a feeling you'd be the perfect bait. I got what I wanted thanks to you. I knew where it was, but I didn't dare lay my hands on it. You have my thanks. See you at the hotel.
You were an asshole, Elidoro. He baited us. I get the feeling there's a subtle motivation behind that. I get the feeling he baited us into attacking the swamp monster, as in he just kind of stayed back and waited for us to do our thing anyway. So it's not quite bait, but it's more like being an opportunistic little hound vulture. And he decided to use that as a means to soften the blow for betraying us later.
Whatever choice you make.
No matter what, serving her, welcome to...
By the way, his last location, can you find him for me? Thanks. I think he was trying to...
At the House of Vanini.
Oh, before we do that, the fancy Vanini collection, does that... I know we read the Golden Ergo. We don't have to worry about that. No, we have in fact already read this. We do not need to worry about it.
Master Vanini's collection box. Patrons of prestige can always... At the House of...
Yeah, we have these grindstones, but it's not like we can combine them for effect or anything. Yeah, and like outside of the liners, we really don't get that much. Just go ahead and buy these. We don't have any reason not to. And the advanced cranks can really only be used once, to my understanding.
I know my way around.
Let's see, if we alter this handle. Yeah, you literally cannot alter it any further. Oops.
No. Can it be? Now, allow me to return the surprise. This little wonder creates a lead-acid battery in a... The Golden Ergo is the purest form of power we can use. As you see, the alchemists ordered transportation from me. Power, just one problem with the base. I don't know exactly where it is. I don't know when exactly either. After all, a secret alchemist's underground lair. I always There you are. Done and...
Yeah, are you gonna read any more cryptic vessels and like literally breach privacy? No? Good, please don't do that. Although we already know Vanini can't help himself.
I found the last... It'll always remind me of the rascal who stole it. Let the punishment fit the crime, I say. A great weapon calls for... What's this? Oh dear, your practical jokes go too far. Oh, right, yeah. Let me explain. There is an unscrupulous reporter called Medoro, and he's the epitome of yellow journalism, and he only writes favorable articles if you bribe him. One time, I didn't give him a certain antique he wanted, and he slandered me, just like this. What has this world come to? Perhaps I should be pleased that this scrap of paper is powerless, as there's no... A great weapon calls...
I'm willing to bet, little man, that... also, the Fallen One's ergo. I really don't think... Dude, what did we not get last time? We have this. Right? I don't believe we got the 2-dragon sword. You know what? I'm not even gonna attempt to recite what I saw on a Reddit post. I'm just gonna stand by what I said before about Pinocchio being modeled after a little boy, and nobody should be fawning over him as sexually because he is a twink. I'm just gonna say that again. I feel the need to say it again because it's not right. It's it's not quite map territory. This is lolly territory. It's just still wrong. And again, there's no justification for lollies, but I can see the kind of mental pretzels that people will form by trying to justify it. And some of the pretzel twists are appealing. They make sense. Yeah, we got the Ghost Walk amulet, right? Yes, we did get the Ghost Walk amulet, or the Ghost Walk amulet. So we're getting the sword this time. I've seen many a person on YouTube try to make a challenge run content out of this thing. It's pretty good. It's a nice one-handed sword from what I remember of having watched it. Hello.
I heard what happened at the exhibition. I'll tell you one thing. Beneath us, there is a passage connected to an underground base of the alchemists. It's until the petrification disease, the hotel, everything changed when Simon became their leader. The passageways to the underground base are locked from the underground base is the only way to embark. If we find the right alchemist, perhaps we can get that door opened. I heard that some of them occupy the collapsed tower of the train station. And the collapse makes me wonder whether they had something to do with the recent earthquake. People have no... Thanks for keeping...
Whatever choice you make.
Yep, we've already talked. I believe we talked with everybody but Geppetto himself. And we've got the lead acid battery. So, which we use for the submarine. If you're wondering, why did we go through all that trouble for something we're not going to use later, that we're not going to use right now? It's because we use it later in the, we use it in the submarine. That's the kind of fuel it takes. All right, let's increase. Obviously, this is increase pulse cells 6 and not increase pulse cells by 6. Yeah, see, we get exactly 1. And increased pulse cells 6 is exactly the same as increased pulse cells 1. It also makes our depleted build worse, because it takes us longer to get there. It's another reason I didn't really want to do that in the first place. It sullies our build and makes it worse. Yeah, for those who don't know, I'm already played the game on hard mode by picking advance as the main damage stat. but I also put the game on hard mode by making it a Legion build with depleted pulse cells as the gimmick, i.e. we got better on our back foot, or as we became closer to being on our back foot, we were able to kind of muscle through fights that we perhaps should not have. It's good in the beginning. It is starting to wear off now. How many of these do we have? One in storage? Yeah.
Stalker.
2 of these ought to be good. And then we're gonna be using fire for a while. We're also going to be still using our spear for a while longer. We're good to take off the coil head. And we're probably gonna leave Flamberge on for the time being. Is there anyone else that we need to speak to? Well, Hugo, but that's really about it. Let's level up. And let's also switch Legion arms back to Falcon Eyes. If we hit 99 and things start becoming, like, bum difficult, I'm gonna be upset. I'm pretty happy we've taken care of these couple of areas. Now, I'm gonna do this thing with Hugo. Then we're gonna take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to go, redo the cryptic vessel stuff, and then finally go deal with the, Area 9, aka Krot Destroyed.
Life is short, and all I can do is keep plugging away. You actually met Alidoro. That's odd. Alidoro and Medoro are friends. When I was hurt, he took me to Medoro, who was one of the first. There's gotta be a logical explanation. The Alidoro I admire would never talk about a friend like that. But who knows, maybe that. In times like I trust Alidoro. Anyhow, you gave me the first. Take this in return.
You're welcome.
All I can do is keep.
You're definitely welcome, good sir. Now, it is break time. I want to thank everybody again for being here with me. I try to do that every chance I get, and that's basically about once an hour. Of course, I'm thankful the whole time, but if I said thank you and hello and goodbye to people every single second, I wouldn't get to say anything important. Not that that's not important, but it's not. I put my foot in my mouth. What I should have said was, if all I ever do is say hello, thank you, and goodbye, I would do a just chatting stream and, talk at random people for 4 hours or 3 hours or however long I really wanted, and then call it good. Maybe that will be the infinite money glitch. No, I'm kidding. Come on, you gotta have some tongue-in-cheek meta-level humor. Anyway, thank you guys again for being here. And when we come back from our last commercial break for the night, we are gonna wrap up business. We're gonna attempt to get as far as we can in Area 9. And hopefully get that get the groundwork set up for the last cryptic vessel, because we have the Frozen Feast. We just actually need to get that vessel now. Anyway, see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. I'm back, folks. Sorry about that. Had to answer nature's call one last time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. Now, let's go crack open a cryptic vessel, shall we? Or rather, find out where exactly... I just want to say we could just... No, we can't get to it. We have to take the Path of the Pilgrim. That's right. Yep. I blanked on what I was going to say. Hang on. Right. Like, crack the contents of this decryption. That's what I meant to say. There we go. Yeah, how has everybody been enjoying the stream? It's the first in a while I've really streamed for... no, I shouldn't say that. We have had a 7-hour stream like within the last 2 months, but it's been a while. Let's see, we can drop down, right? Yeah, this is much easier than having to walk really convoluted path over and over. And that'll be enough out of you, thank you very much. It's like literally right up there, up on the hill. Right over here.
How did you find this place? They sent you, didn't they? Those guys blabber about loyalty, but when I don't know what's inside, and I don't really care, take it.
Alright, so the robber's shack key. Is there anything different about this? The robbers, sick of the barren swamp, made a plan to go home. Betting on the slum's loyalty, they hid their stolen goods in the shack. In a shack. Don't really think that said anything different. I believe we did read that key, but if not, there you go. The text was also on screen. All right, we're gonna just do it like this. Yep. Ha! You thought you were gonna get me, huh?
I was looking forward to that all day. And the trap's empty, so are my pockets.
Yeah, you damn knob. Ha! Yeah, what a knob. That guy absolutely deserves not to have any of his fun. He definitely wanted to trap us and make us fall, but a simple flamberge was enough to get around that. There were probably a dozen different things you could have done there. You could have probably tossed some projectile at it. You probably could have... Okay, jumping, trying to jump that... I think we actually tried to jump that in the last episode where we... Not the last, but in the episode where we went back. and crack this the contents of this decrypted vessel. There we go. I was trying to combine the words decrypted and cryptic at the same time, because I didn't want to say decrypted for some stupid reason. Oh, how about you being up here? Nice. Extra nice. Wow, this is like the best handle you could ever ask for on a weapon like this. Wow, the range and diameter or circumferential sweeping capability is insane. Absolutely astronomical. Well, we got what we wanted. Yeah, let's go to the barren nest. I really do want to apologize for the activity feed not alerting me to more recent goings on. For whatever reason, it did not want to do this. Although, on the first when it happened, I didn't stream then. My mistake, of course. And I want to say that would have been right after I'd come back from my client's house. Yeah, that would have been literally right after. Well, about 12 hours after I came back. Oh, this thing is a work of art. Delicious. I am loving this weapon handle combination. It's absolutely fantastic. Get off me. Yeah, it's this thing looks absolutely sinister when it's burned up like that. Oh. Yeah, those things look absolutely creepy. Goodness. All right, let's go get in the earthquake. This thing does killer DPS. Can I just say that? And I mean, Overheat also does killer DPS out of all three of the elemental afflictions that you're capable of having. Yeah, absolutely insane. Okay, we can just walk back here, and I think that's how you would get over to where this is. It's a worn out journal with blood stains. Golden wings are drawn on the cover. I do not regret destroying the Saintess statue. I had to stop it from being used for humans. Of course they'll find another way, but at least those who escaped will find freedom. If I have any regrets, it's just one. God save that child. I came from across the wide ocean. From across the wide ocean. Is this a reference to Eugenie? Because she was also a person whose heritage came from an isle sort of across the ocean. As much as I love this weapon, I believe we're supposed to be unga-bunga-ing for Ergo. There it is. Krat Central Station. Are you ready to re-see Simon's horror all over again? His taunting message left to us. Okay, it's not that train.
An ergo amplification effect coming from Krat Central Station. I wonder if the alchemist's applying something again.
Probably.
Please investigate that area.
But before we do, let's also just make sure we've gotten everything we could ask for out of this bloody train station. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure we have. You can't go through that one. You can't even get in front to, like, open a door or something. Yeah, one of the big to-dos is actually trying to find the rail car where you came back out of. There's that one. Drop down. Another one drops out of the woodwork. Isn't it nice to know we're pretty much about 2/3 of the way done through the game? Like, once we actually start going through the Relic of Trismegistus of Trismegistus, there really isn't like the relic of Trismegistus is the beginning of the end, because it basically follows Black Rabbit Brotherhood, find the submarine, go to the go to Arch Abbey. Yeah, the Arch Abbey. Go there, fight through the Door Guardian, travel all the way up, fighting the Black Cat and the Red Fox, and then finding Geppetto in the cell. And then afterwards, you make your way further and further up, and you find Lysacia, kill her. Then just past her, there's a bit more you've got to travel. Head on the way up. No, I'm sorry. You fight the Black Cat. Then you travel up, fight Lysacia, then go fight the Red Fox, find Geppetto, and then go deal with Simon. That's pretty much the order of events. So I do need to make sure I've got the clone a file protocol ready to go. Want this little pustule popped before. Just gonna like all right, well, yeah, I thought that would probably happen. Man, you really can't catch a break. You really have to be right up on top of them for this thing to work. If you allow them any kind of firing room, yeah, and you gotta pop this thing with a real projectile. Nope. Oh, and the acid eats away at our weapons, which is really awful. Oh, that's it. Gotta... Alright. Pop this. Trying not to get caught up in all the decay stuff. Stop backing up in your own puddles of goop. That's annoying. The last one I got. Oh, thankfully those guys had the poise of a paper tiger, but it certainly, when all they do is just huddle around you know, their own puddles of decay, which is smart. They should do that. It does make fighting them difficult because you run the risk of breaking your weapons, right? Okay, can't actually go through there. I want to see it's like C, D is where ours is. So all this literally is for stuff and things and stuff. And that really ends up being almost about it. Okay, let's do things like this. It's also nice not having everything literally covered in carcass spores. No, don't get comfortable. Yeah, because there are these sack bags right here. It is this car, right? But I think you approach it backwards. Oh, right, the hybrid puppets. Yep. Oof, and there was one tucked right behind the right-hand corner. Yep, definitely deserved. Welcome to Souls-Likes, ladies and gentlemen. That's the real appeal, is you never know when you're gonna get, you know, fact-checked about your awareness. Yeah, you don't really ever quite know when you're gonna be awareness checked, and you kind of have to pay attention. And if not, you know, the game will remind you, hey, you're not taking me seriously. Please pay attention, or, you know, you'll die again. This thing also eats up Legion like it's nothing. Come on. Let bleeding sack bags lie, I guess. I'm sorry, are these things actually conjuring? No, you don't get to do that. Wait. Okay, it's not this room. It's this room right here. This is where it happened. Yeah, they're just random flares that I'm sure it's not coming out of nowhere. It's probably spittle or something. But they just the damaging spots just kind of appear and are just kind of there, at least to me. Okay, it's not this one either. It's definitely the last one. It's number 2. Oh, right. I forgot there's a whole other section of cars. That's an oof and a half if ever I've heard it. Go ahead and punch this open. Got to keep our durability up. That's how we're gonna prevent disasters like what we had in the spot between tram cars. He says, while simultaneously getting into a near disaster on the other end. Look, that's fine. We can play this game. Yeah, I wish I would have used the overheat status much earlier. Starting with the green monster, I just didn't have the weapons upgraded. If I had known that we would be dealing with if I had known back then that we would have been dealing with carcasses almost all the way through, and I get that I could have guessed that, but. Yeah, I'm not letting you do the cell maneuver. Dragon Ball reference for anyone who didn't already know. I'm not getting de-chatted. Thanks. Right. We're going, you know, carcass or barbecuing corpses, ladies and gentlemen. Just go through and do it like this. Let's use a resistance ampule so we're not going through these like literal candy. It's like back here, right? Yep. Now we have a little bit easier access to that pustule on the return trip. I'm sorry, do I have to apply it directly to the forehead to get the pustule to, like, actually pop? I guess so. You know what they say, kids, if you gotta apply acne treatment, apply it directly to the forehead. Oh, this shithead. Totally forgot about him. I'm quite sure I'm going to die, but we're going to give it our best anyway, kiddos. I'm sorry, under what circumstance was this permissible? I will take completely scorched, a huge gigant corpse beast for 500. I will absolutely take that in not sitting down. Standing ovations, everyone. Absolute standing ovations.
We are... Yes, behind the train car where you woke up. Wait, what is this? Who would put a workshop like this here, of all places? Good grief.
Yes, Simon, we know you taunt us with with your very existence. And now we actually have the Lotta Break cartridge +1. It's very minor protection, but... Oh, actually, yes. We could probably really... We haven't even used this item slot. What do we even put there? Maybe a resistance ampule? That's the kind of thing I would prefer to have on hand. Ooh, we can maybe finish. Yeah, let's do this. And dodge. Really good stuff. And I'm willing to bet. Yeah, so you could only workshop this bench before you see behind the rail car where Simon left you a letter saying, haha, I know where you're going. Come for your girl, Sophia. You should, come defend her before I take her. knowing full well that it was all a lie. And all these events... So let's deconstruct this a second. From our knowledge... I'm being careful because I know if a gnat is around here. In fact, I'm gonna have my drink nearby to try to drown it. If it gets caught in my... before it gets caught in my larynx. So... at the end... we see Sophia inside. We can equip this amulet while we're here. Sophia was already captured by Simon and was already there. He didn't need to do what he did. Like, the whole thing was a pantomime, a charade. All of it. The whole thing was a fable. Cleverly worded pun aside, the whole thing's a fable. It's all a ruse. Who exactly is puppeteering whom? Is it Geppetto, who knew Simon would do these things? And we're seeing... You know what? I know what it is. So in most games, you're building the story narratively from start to finish. And you're following linearly along time instead of like in multiple dimensions that cross time. Here, you're actually following a story that... how do I word this? Even though you can decide what ending to take, right? You can decide that stuff. You're sort of... I want to make sure I word this right. Even though you're still narratively building the story by the decisions that you make, the small things that I would say aren't predetermined, there's a lot of stuff that's already predetermined, and when you realize that it is, it makes you question... So I thought I saw the gnat again. Why go through with it at all? It's almost like you're building up events backwards. That's about the best way I know to phrase it is... it's like you're building the events I shouldn't say backwards, because that implies you start from the end. It's almost like you're traveling back in, like you start at the furthest point in time, and everything that you're going through is a recap of what's happened before Arch Abbey, because Arch Abbey is both the end of the timeline and the end of time. There is no time. It does not flow there. That kind of thing. I hope I'm making sense. It's like the end of time in Chrono Trigger, where the end of time is like a legitimate place. It's a hub of sorts after a certain point in the game. It's not quite like that, but you're working your way back to the present from the past, even though the game never explicitly tells you what year it is. If that's making any sense. I really do get tired of being puppet stringed. Oh my god, literal leapfrog. Oh my god. Thank you. Holy Lord, that was frustrating. Yeah, I know I'm not explaining, I didn't explain that in the best possible terms, but what I was really trying to say is we're almost building the events in parallel, where we're getting all the predetermined things that we don't really have a choice except to go through and do it, right? Like, we didn't have a choice in going to confront Simon. We didn't really have a choice. We were led along like a puppet on a string. And that was kind of the framing, because we assumed that time wasn't being treated like a fluid matrix in the human body, like the living tissue matrix, or extracellular matrix, ECM. There we go. That's what I had to take a second and say. The ECM, in which sometimes the ECM is liquid. It's fluid. Blood is technically a tissue, even though it's liquid. And the fluid that the blood flows in would be considered the extracellular matrix, so to speak.
I'm a human, just a soldier. Are you a stalker? Name's Atkinson. The suburbs are sealed off. Communications cut off too. If you meet someone...
Nah, I'm gonna tell her the truth, that you became a monster. And I didn't kill you. You get to live being a monster. Absolutely deplorable, I know. Don't worry, I don't plan on being, on walking around too much longer. I will make sure I've got this whole setup sorted out. Whew, it'll be nice to just kick back and relax, but obviously we're not there yet. So, I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out with me from start to finish. I'm glad to have finally made this up to you guys, at least on some level. I mean, when I make a mistake, like mentally checking out yesterday and just not streaming at all, even though I was clearly active and could stream, I just didn't do it. I didn't bloody do it. Like, that's not okay. Like, I never get to fully make that up. That is my penance, my punishment. But the rest of the days were mostly me being inundated by really bad gas, like just really bad internal pressure. You guys might know what I'm talking about. I do want you guys to know that there's the stuff in your gut is not just, it's not all liquid. There's some air in there. It's more like air's mixed in. I shouldn't say there's air, but there's air mixed in. And gas can build up inside. Also, the whole mesenteric cavity has layers. You got the actual like encasement, and then you've got the real cavity itself where the organs lie, and they're all just kind of sitting there. And of course, all those organs are made up of tissues, and there could be gas inside those, especially some of the more permeable organs, like your intestines, that have air that can exchange a little bit of airflow. Well, okay, all cells exchange airflow, but your intestines are especially known for being able to exchange more airflow than normal. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is pressure builds up inside the gut, and it can make it really difficult to want to sit down and stream. So Thursday, I didn't have nearly enough time to recover, and Friday was just strictly like bad intestinal pressure. I did not feel good. Monday was the real lapse of judgment. So ultimately, I don't really get to fully make this up to you guys. That ball's kind of in your court, whether or not I've done a good enough job to make it up to you. But I've done to the best of my ability. I have operated within the best of my ability to try to make it up to you guys. I really do take lapses like that to heart. I don't like making mistakes like that, and I really don't think anybody does. But I especially take that type of stuff to heart. I feel guilty about it. But I do want to thank people for putting up with me and bearing with me and hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. It's awesome. I, of course, let's see, do we actually have people in here? Normally by this time I don't. And I really wouldn't consider this number of users enough, as I have 4 bots in here, plus a person who may or may not still be lurking. So instead, I'm gonna do what I normally do, which is point you guys toward 2 streamers, and then I'm going to kind of get out of here. For those of you on YouTube, this is it. I don't have anything else for you. Thank you again for hanging out with me. Please don't forget to check the description. The link to the Discord's in there. Again, I really recommend that you join it. You're automatically onboarded. Like that part of Carlbot is at least guaranteed to work. That's freemium that works. Promise. If for whatever reason that's not the case, come DM me and I'll fix it. But I work really hard to cultivate a community, and I would like to see it nourished. And I would like for your presence to be there, but I will not force you to join. Merely beseech you to join. But my name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable. And for those of you on YouTube, you're welcome in my halls anytime. My senators and inductees. And with that, we're going to move on to the shoutouts, and then I'll wrap up stream. Take care of yourselves on YouTube, and bye-bye. Now, for those of you on Twitch, I've shouted out the Nora Darkwolf before. I'm gonna do so again. I'm pretty sure I need to spell it this way correctly. She does a little bit of everything. Her tags are chatty, hype woman, bisexual, 18+ channel, so the hype is going to be up there. She works really hard. She worked really hard to push towards partner. Please go give her love and support. She deserves it. Absolutely. As for the second person I will probably be shouting out, it's going to take me a second to find it. I haven't shouted out this lovely man in a while. His name is Zeke Olbster. He's known for doing a lot of things. He used to be part of, or is still part of, the Soulsborne challenge running community, at least on a more distant level from what I've observed. You can ask him yourself whether or not that's true, but he's also played quite a bit of golf and college football, and he's done some other variety stuff on his channel as well. He works really hard. Please go support him. Show him love, eagerness, tenderness, and care. Here comes that shout out. I definitely need to fix that so as to have the game they're currently streaming on there. But he is playing EA Sports College Football 25. So it's like the most recent edition of that football franchise game. Yeah, that's gonna do it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me, and especially to you guys on YouTube that stuck around through that for whatever reason. Don't forget about the Discord. I've already mentioned what the instructions for that on YouTube. For you guys on Twitch, I have 2 Discords. One of them is Ob10 Network. If you want to join a already pre-established community that plays indie games together, basically, and the lead guy there, Pyrotech, is working on a game of his own. You guys are more than welcome to do so. You can either tell him I sent you, or you don't have to bother with that. But in either case, you can click on the Ob10 Network Discord panel. In the About Me section, it'll say Ob10 Network on it. It'll be a red and white panel. Can't mistake it. All my panels, for the most part, you can... Let's try this again. All my panels are clickable. All of them. They have documentation on them. Documentation is something I work really hard on, by the way. I hope people appreciate what I put into them. The documents are both a technical resource for me as well as a technical resource for yourselves. But yeah, that community is really nice. Alternatively, if you want my Discord, the one that I've been chilling the entire stream, you can just click the panel that says Discord. I believe it'll be either a purple or a black panel. It should all be clearly labeled. Just click on the one that says Discord, and the same onboarding process should get started for you. Senator Gideon, Carlbot will take good care of you. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. I hope to be back tomorrow at the appropriate time for the appropriate number of hours, and not 7 of them, because my back is kind of getting sore. But I loved doing this for you guys, and it allowed me to really smash almost like a third of the game in one go. But yeah, I really enjoyed doing this. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, my senators and inductees. Stay safe out there, and with that, goodbye.